Alright. Everything is gone all out the window. Fly away on a drum. Well, I wish I could do it. It'd be fun. But let's see if we're live. Testing. That was a strange test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Audio 2. Oh yeah, we seem to be good. Will notifications go out? Or will it be a silent night of mech battle? We also have bad news for this one, unlike 2 for some reason. So 2 will probably be our primary focus, but for some reason, even after all of the distance we made it and the missions we completed, we have no save data for this one for some reason. Part of me thinks I might have downloaded the wrong version for the other one, and that's why. We ended up playing all that on the PS4 version of this game. And if that's the case, whoops. So, we're gonna have to start from the beginning now. So, like I said, I'm gonna play this one a little bit different since we have already done a decent amount of what happened in here already. Once we start back up, I'll kind of remember and I'll jog my memory where we left off. And I'll go back and watch the last episode of it and kind of see what mission it was so I can kind of fast forward us to that in the background while I'm not playing War Thunder or something else. I'll focus on this one, just get us kind of caught up if we can. If not, we'll just focus on 2, because 2's save data is there. So, for some reason, that one can be continued, but this one is not as safe. Something tells me, like I said, I'm almost willing to bet either that when I first got this game, this was a long time ago, that I might have downloaded the PS4 version instead of the PS5 version. Maybe I did. Here's the thing, maybe I didn't have a PS5 yet. Maybe that was actually on the PS4 and I don't know. I should check that stream and see if that says PS4. I didn't look at that. That'd be funny if that was one of our PS4 streams and I never... It was one of our more final things. But, so we're just gonna have to start a brand new, fresh campaign going forward. We're just gonna go with the flow, see how far we make it in this one. And in 2. So, we're gonna swap back and forth this week. Going forward schedule-wise, since today, this last 2 days, as you've seen, has been kind of crazy. Let's see. So yeah, tomorrow will be vlog. Friday we'll do some more front missions. Saturday we'll continue the front mission. Sunday will be vlog / UMA, and then Monday next week. That will be... I'm trying to think what order, because there's only 2 days at that point before the Arcanines. So... we alternate, kind of have a double anime day, so yeah, so Monday we'll do that next week, front mission. Then Tuesday, we'll do an UMA episode. And then of course, Wednesday, if everything works out, will be the newcomer to the scene of this season. The Knights of the Ark. I'm losing my mind, chat, but welcome back. It was kind of baffling when I jumped in this game, and I was like, what you mean there's no save data? I can't load anything. What you mean? But because, without further ado, and we kind of started late tonight, I'm going to go ahead and get us going. We're not going to kind of wait as long as we normally do, so we're going to get right into it. Let me put my default controls on. Alright, compare. See, look. I went in here and went. Why does that all say empty? But sadly, we're gonna have to go with it. We're gonna go with Corporal just because I'm gonna cook enemy hit points and damage they inflict. Nah, I don't want to be that easy. I like it to be some kind of difficulty. Although it'd probably be good for speedrunning to do this one. 2 is more important than 1 when it comes to relation to Front Mission 3. The incident that happens in this one is kind of an everybody thing. Like it's not just one unit. Modern, classic. We're gonna go modern. Oh yeah, right. OCU or UCS. Right, we never got to do. We're gonna do OCU because OCU is more directly related to the faction that we're playing in Front Mission 3. So we're gonna go OCU. And we're going to, since I'm using my actual name for the guy in that one, we'll go with Jared for this one. Call sign. We did Lion for this one, but well, there's no call signs in the other one. It's just your pilot because we're not a military unit in 3 technically. So I'll let him be since he's one of the more original Guardians. He'll get the call sign Lion. That just like we did before. Boom. Continuing. Mission details, 2100, board a light submarine in the Huffman Island city of Manesa, Oceania. Cooperative Union territory. Rendezvous at a waypoint, 30 clicks offshore of Fort Monas, UCS territory. Transfer to camouflage cargo ship and proceed to landing point, 0430. Commence covert reconnaissance operation of UCS manufacturing. This actually kind of has a hilarious kind of hidden notation, I realize now. Or at least for something that's happened recently. Facilities in the Larkus district. In light of recent tension between the 2 nations, you are prohibited from engaging in any hostile actions towards UCS units you may encounter. Alright, here we go. This is the part where Karen dies. This is Rabbit 1. I've received the recon point. Or I've reached the recon point. How does it look? It's quiet. Too quiet. Maybe I don't see anyone. Be careful. Don't worry, Jared. I'll be fine. Lieutenant Murrah is a capable soldier, Captain. I know you two are engaged, but you should not worry yourself so. Yes, I know, thanks. Now clear the comms. Apologies, Captain, but I have to wonder. Why go to all this trouble violating the treaty, even to recon this rundown factory? All I can say is, this is part of someone's agenda and I don't like it. This factory. What's wrong? I can't believe they did this. This isn't. Report. Uh-oh. Ambush. Enemy Wanzers, but how? Why didn't we pick them up earlier? We have to we have to get Corinne out of there. We're going in. And there's Driscoll. You're right on time. Now let us see how well they've trained you. Alright, here we go. Menu, change unit is L1 and R1. Which that's different in 3 because each one has a different turn ratio and like initiative. Kind of like in most turn-based strategies, but machine status is triangle, submit is X, zoom is R3, set rotation of view, pitch of view, tactical map is touchpad, navigation is left stick, reset camera is pressing it in, and then yeah, okay. Change tab, hold on. This is how you navigate the shop. Change unit display range is R2. Wow. Alright. Corin, we're coming to get you! We're not gonna make it. I'm just in just to let you know right now, chat. This is a fool's errand, sadly. Especially since I don't have control of her character. I'm surrounded! Oh wow, yeah. Well done. The new pilot's first reaction into incoming fire is to cover their eye camera, not the torso where the cockpit is. Alas, the valiant effort will be in vain. No! Oh, it's okay. They missed. Grant, hang on! Jared, no, stay back! This is how you know something don't smell right. I'm just gonna say right now, we never made it far enough, but if I remember correctly, something just ain't right. Let's just put it this way. Also, we can barely move up anyway. Let's just go up to here. Yeah, but there it is. Goodbye. Goodbye, Chris. Ah! Alright, come get me, you terrible little Doombots. What the heck? Oh, yeah, right, chaff. Doesn't it, like, if I'm not mistaken, it gives them, like, evasion or something against attacks. Oh, we can't even go in that way. I was gonna smash through the wall. Alright, sure. Fine. We'll set up for an attack now. Might as well play the smart thing now, because now it's just us. So we should play the smart role here. I do like that, oh wait. What is it? No, that's the wrong button. Oh, you can, oh, I see, that I didn't know you could do in this game. You know what then? Then I want my War Thunder, hold on. I want my War Thunder set up for this, because it'll make it easier to... Ah, I see. Alright, so... You have a punch and an Ebis. You have a machine gun, okay. You have the rocket. Can you fire from here? I can't remember. Wait, how do I look at range? Hold on. That's cool. 3 to 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2. So if you move up 1, possible? Yeah, there we go. Firing the MGR. Oh my goodness, look at this. Welcome to that game. Welcome. Don't mind me, I'm losing my mind. What do I have? Oh, we have a bone rocket as well. Okay, the bone rocket. Wait, what is the bone rocket's range? Same range. Ooh, then we have to move up in front of him. I should have moved him in front. We'll just back off if we have to. Fire and finish it off with the bone rocket. You'll pay for this! Boom. Alright. Alright, Ryuji, I need you supporting me. Yeah, I think I might have been slightly just that way. What? Oh, you want to be smart and go after me, huh? I'm gonna guard it. Ha! You hurt me so bad. So bad, sir. You hurt me so. Hold on, you got back up by 1 because you need to have a minimum of 3 range to shoot that rocket. Fire the MGR. Wow, good job, sir. You did great. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. No, cancel. Oh wow, right. That's also something that Front Mission 3 is better about. Machine guns can shoot at corners. You can't shoot at corners with machine guns. They're basically melee weapons in this game. So strange. Actually, that's a rifle, but yeah. Oh, right. No, it's the rifle. What you'll see when we finally do play Front Mission 3, how different that type of weapon is versus what we what it's considered in this game. Yeah, see, even I have, yeah, so I have to still. The PAP 55. Take that, sir. Oh, nice. I just got a notification on the PlayStation that the age rating for First Descendant has been raised to 16 plus. Them new outfits, but I did see one of them. That doesn't surprise me, is all I'll say. I saw one and I was like, okay. That's risque at the finest. Wow, we have terrible. We need a rocketeer. We have a terrible rocket power. Terrible rocket power. Okay, we're gonna set up a guard then. End phase. End your phases. And yeah, can't do anything there either. Rocket? Ooh, it's got a rocket. Fire! Ooh, okay. The right arm at least doesn't have anything in it for that character. I need to give him a shield. Alright, see, these guys seem to be rockets. So, we're gonna rush them. We're gonna rush them. Pap, the pap. Oh, alright. Actually, hold on, cancel. Let me go to the other one first and let's do a rocket attack. From this distance. Oh, no way, he doesn't have any. Wait. Is that his only weapon? Hold on, we gotta go back. He does have a pap. So let's send him in it. He has more HP than anybody. Assault with the pap. Ow, that got a second. But alright. You only have an Evis. So we'll let you help deal with this guy with me. Alright, sure. Good enough. Guard it? Guard! Oh, yeah, alright, cool. Survived it. Nice. Oh, that's not cool. That might blow off the arm. Oh, it did, but that's okay. There's nothing in the hand. So I'm gonna have you fire first then. Ebis. Nice. Give him some sniper experience. And then... Actually, hold on. To go to me. Well, I'm not gonna be able to make that. So I'm gonna move myself there, and we're gonna attack with you with Pap Pap. Ah, we killed it, that's fine. This should be enough. Now to cleanse this place with righteous fire. What? Captain, stand back! Alright, June 3rd, 2090, the Larkus incident. The Unified Continental States publicly accused the Oceania of Wanzers on a mission to destroy UCS military facilities. The OCU responded by denying involvement in the attack and a full-scale UC occupation of Huffman. Diplomatic efforts of peace resolution eventually failed, and the Huffman Island became a stage of a war. And the second Huffman conflict began. Wanzer pilots who were present at the site of Larkus incident reclassified as MIA. Aside from a handful of top-level Army knowledge, the actual events that occurred in Larkus. Alright, now. A year after the Larkus incident in the Barabin district of the Huffman Island, OCU territory. You're up next. Get in your Wanzer. I hear you. I know you're on a winning streak, but losing a couple here and there is better for business, you know. Jared Clive, we need to talk. Didn't you see the sign on the door? Authorized personnel only. Get the hell out. Hold on, who are you? Come on, it's your turn in the arena floor, Jared. Hurry up and get down there. Go on, I'll speak with you after. And now the night's main event. Hot on the 12-match winning streak, Jared Hills. I do find that kind of funny because it just makes sense for the character's name I give him. Versus me having my actual name in Front Mission 3 and the difference in that character. They all kind of fit as perfectly. It's like I said, I based a lot of my stories I have in what I've designed and written for my Guardian Corps storyline, and one day I'll write out officially, one day. Each one is a representation of a part of my life. So, versus Jack Crimson Sutherland. Let the games begin. Sutherland in the red dip. Alright, so no, Raptor. Wow, that was a terrible miss. Raptor. Yeah, it's better. Alright. Piz 3. Alright, we lost our legs, but that's fine. Wow, okay, I should have just shot him with the Raptor. But we gotta make it look interesting. Raptor. Oh no. We're doing terrible. Ooh, okay, that one out. Now I might actually die. Oh, he got me. Oh no. It doesn't really matter whether you lose that match or not. Looks like you've lost your edge. No matter. We'll get you back in shape. I'm in command of the Canyon Crows, mercenary group affiliated with the OCU Army. They're using mercs now. That's right, just between you and me, the OCU is losing bad, though. The Army refuses to admit that it couldn't slug its way out of a wet paper bag. And so we need mercenaries, real soldiers like you, Jared. So you've come to recruit me? You're first on the draw. Yes, I want you to work for me. I want you to lead the crows. I'm not going back to the army. Not even to avenge Corinne's death? What would you know about that? Everything a man in my position has to do his homework. You were in the Larkus at the time of the infamous incident when Corinne was KIA by the UCS forces. You were unceremoniously discharged. Your records and your very existence deleted from OCU databanks. And you've spent the last year drifting from one town to the next, earning your pay as an arena prize fighter in dumps like this. Come with me and you'll get the chance to find the man who killed Corinne. That's the least you can do for her, don't you think? Where do I sign? Good, welcome to the Crows. There's a transport plane waiting for you at the airport that will take you to your first assignment. Visit my office in the military ward once you're ready. And take this 1,000 Huffman dollars should cover any Wanzer upgrades you might need. Bear it in. Alright. First things first, straight to the shop. Before I buy anything, let's look and see what we got. Okay, so it kept what we have fighting in the arena. So we have a Shrike, is his name. Let's go ahead and change his name to the proper name in this situation, which would be Max. Ooh, okay. It's a name that's carried throughout all the Guardian mech universe. Alright, that's good. Let's see. Parts, we've got... Oh, we do have some other parts. Wait, what do we have right now? Hold on. So we have a 95, weight to power ratio is 87. Short 12, long 10. This is actually, you know what's funny? And I wonder if this is on purpose. This is the body you get in front mission 3 in the beginning. This is the starting body. So I'm actually going to go this. Buy and equip, which is enough, because I want a stronger HP in the very beginning. Now, CPU, I'm going to go basically... I don't know if they're shotguns. Hold on, let me see something with this weapon real quick before I do anything. I need to look at weapons. So all we have are machine guns. Are machine guns considered short range? They are. I want it to show me what's equipped. Hold on, let me go back out. Now that I got that, I think I have to do it outside. It's been a while since I've done the first game. Yep, I have to do it out here, that's why. So hold on. I have to go in here to see what's actually equipped. The Raptor, here we go. It's a 4x3 62. So yeah, 4x3 60 is 62 1 1. 4x3 62 1 1. 4x3 62 1 1. 4x3 62 1 1. 4x3 62 1 1. Where is it? 4x3 62 1 1. 4x3 60. Sounds like I'm saying a truck. 4x3 62 1 1. Don't lose your mind, zone 4. Ooh, 5x2. See, this says it's actually work better, but is that a... That's 1x10. So that's a 1 bullet. That's gonna fire a 1 round. We want to keep with a submachine gun. That's what we would give to our ally, or the person who would be on our team as a sniper. Or I say sniper. A semi-auto rifle. So I'm gonna go the Sieg. It is 1 less damage. Maybe I should keep the Raptor since the Raptor seems okay. Although the Sieg is more accurate. Yeah, let's go Sieg. That's my right shoulder. There ain't nothing we can buy there. Nothing we can buy there. We can always do another gun. We're not going to do that. So we want short range. I almost think I might take this rocket off me. I'm probably going to keep it for now. So what we need is a CPU that's... So this is the one we're using now, which gives us 30 short range, 2 long, but no melee. We don't have a better one right now. That would be better for long, but that kills our short range. So we're going to have to stick with the one we have. No backpacks. See if we can change the legs to Zenith. Do I have enough money? Because, yeah, that is better. The weight's higher, but the defense and HP is higher. Could go that. But I like my Zenith body, so we're going to go Zenith. And do... He'll be a little bit extra weight, means he won't move as far right now. We don't have enough to do both arms, so we're going to have to wait till after we either earn money or do something. That's good for now. I'm going to keep him actually that color, since he's one of the original Guardians, instead of painting it purple. Purple's once again saved for our character for Front Mission 3. We'll go with that. That's good for now. Excellent. I'm gonna sell my other stuff though, see if we can maybe get some arms or something out of it. So, hand. Gives us 25 more. So we need 160, 160, that we need 320. It wouldn't be enough. Yeah, exit without finalizing. What about the body? It's worth 75. I am gonna sell that. What about the legs? This might get us enough. Tendous legs, sell the legs. That might be enough right there. Because we want to have an edge in the very beginning with the first mech. So let's go full Zenith build for this. Yeah, full Zenith build. This makes, see, our short's not bad. See, our long actually improved because of that change I made. So now our long's actually 41, so our rocket actually might hit during the early game, do some early, basically, damage before we move in with the machine gun. That should be pretty good. Let's go sell the other parts. Oh, excuse me. 110 discs. 110 discs. Back up to 109. We make sure there's no, like, melee weapons we can buy for our right hand. No. Okay. So we are good then. Vehicle's pretty set up for that, aka the Wanzer is done. Let's talk to the dude. Select buy to purchase items. Press triangle button while you're in shop if you want some pointers. Choose setup option if you want to compare your current gear with the items that are in stock. While in the setup mode, the window in the bottom left will display the stats. Differences between your currently equipped item and the one from the stock. Cool, cool. Hope to see you again. Alright. Let's make our first save. Alright, cool. Let's go back. Let's see if we can earn any money from the arena before we move on. I don't know how many people we can actually win against. Oh, I gotta hit that. I hit the wrong button. Oh yeah, Sutherland. Let's go low 100. This time we're gonna be smart about this. We should be stronger too now. At least I hope. When I say that, we might lose our money. Okay, good. Ooh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's still, now we have less to be shot at, no? Alright. Ooh, okay. Beautiful, he lost his gun. Got him. Woo! Congratulations, you won the match. Nice. Now, I'm not going to do it right now. I forgot how little you actually earn for winning. You have to bet a lot higher. I'm going to make a save for later, like, we're going to make 2 saves real quick. Slot 2 is our main save. But there is a cheat you can do in the very beginning of the game with Sutherland that if you bet the highest and keep beating him, you can make enough money that will pave your way for buying new parts for most of your mechs pretty much for a good portion. But we're not going to cheat the system too hard right now. We're going to move on to the next part because I would rather at least have 2 people and different people to kind of get XP, because you can also cheat the system and level up that way too. You can get XP by letting your people like win the arena and enter them into the arena to level them up. This was the original game's way of basically grinding out certain things, and unlike the simulation missions that you get in 3 that let you use the whole squad to do this, which was way more efficient. But alright. So I have a save just in case I want to go back and shoot it eventually. So we're going to the military. Wait, no, we need to go to the bar because we got to go talk with people. You always want to get information in these games. It's not as important like it is in 3. I think 2 is a little bit important as well. But this one, it was more for just the lore. Bar, the Wildcat. Beretta. I beat him up pretty good in the arena. Now he doesn't even have the cash for the repairs. Ha! You be careful out there, man. Real war is nothing like the arena. Just make sure to repair your ride's body and stay in the fight. I'll finish that passer off next time. Sorry. A Wanzer pilot, are you? Let me give you a few points on Wanzer setups. It's well and good to cobble together a Wanzer with all the parts you want, but you'll get better mileage by specializing, focusing on HP and defense stats that make your ride take more hits, or focus on hit and maneuvers ratings if you fancy hit and run tactics. Whatever you do, always think about your ride's body stats. If that section gets destroyed, it's all over. Hash. Hey, I'm one of the factory grease monkeys. You got a question about machines, I'm the one to ask. Bartender. I'll be serving statesmen of the Union. I'll be serving statesmen if the Union doesn't get their act together. So, are they all saying the same thing? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so none of these guys really have anything. It's just mostly tutorial-like knowledge and a little bit of lore for the arena. Alright. Nothing here. Let's save it again. Save it in both of them again, because there's no point in not saving me talking to them. Alright, to the military ward. Are you all set to go? Yes. I hope you don't get airsick. Captain Clive, it's good to see you again. Yuji? What are you doing here? I decided to stay in Huffman after my discharge. I couldn't go back to Japan after what happened. Colonel Olsen found me and recruited me. I had no reason to say no, so here I am. I'm sorry to interrupt, Captain Clive. I'm glad you decided to join us. I'm Natalie Blakewood. I've been ordered to serve as your second in command. Welcome to the Canyon Crows. Are you all well done with introductions? Yes, sir. Except for the crows who aren't present, of course. They'll get their chance. Let's go. Ryuji has joined the squad. Natalie has joined your squad. Contacts at 1 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Screw that, we're surrounded, JJ. What are we gonna do now? This is all your fault. I told you we shouldn't have gotten out this far. What? You're the one who said you wanted to find some easy kills for extra cash. We'll split it 50-50. 50% of 0 is 0, man. Got me some slack, my folks needed some money. What for? Your funeral? We are dropping in. Aha, hooray for reinforcements. I told you we didn't have to worry. What's going on, Keith? Is this your idea of covert reconnaissance? Walking up to the enemy and shaking their hands? What can I say? They looked a bit lonely, so we thought we'd play with them a little bit. Is that supposed to be funny? Cut it out, you two. Now's not the time for this. Your orders. There's only 5 of them? What are you waiting for? Advance! Player fees, alright. So we need to consolidate strength. Run together. Fall back. What do you have, Natalie? Yeah, see, you don't have much either. I think you're partially my tank, so we're gonna get into a position where you can guard there and I can hit them from the side. I remember you have to be really tactile with this game. Right, JJ and Keith. I think we should fall back completely. Because they won't be able to do anything from that range. They'll have to come up on us. That's what I thought. Let's answer with the Sieg on this one. We have enough health in the beginning. Alright. Alright, that was a little bit of unlucky where that hit. Okay. Let's get you up here in the fight first. Wait, hold on. Actually, what is your weapon? Wait, you have a rocket. So you need to stay where you're at. Because you can hit that. Nice. You're getting shot from that corner, so I need to move you up in this thing's face. Use the Zeger. Ooh, that was a good shot. Okay. I'm gonna attack this one, Sieg. Ah, you can't miss there, girl. He's almost got his right arm, though. I'm a little worried going here, so I'm gonna attack from where I'm at. Can I change targets? No, because I'm too close. Alright, we'll just have to attack you with the Piz. Fire the Piz 3. It missed, of course. Alright, that was a bit unlucky. Guard for this one. There we go. Return fire. Oh, wow. Damn, I was hoping he would kill him in that return fire shot. Icky. That's a little inconvenient. Right, alright, guard. Alright, so we're gonna jump down here with you. You're gonna attack this with the Seeger. Why does everyone have this single little pea shooter rifle, man? Game's like, fight with this! You'll be alright. Fire that. There we go, that was a good hit. Homeboy's gotta hold his own up here. This is at least keeping them blocked out. Yeah. We'll say, not really happy with my short range accuracy right now. Alright, guard. Because it'll take less damage doing that, yeah, there we go. We'll get a little XP from doing that too. Turn fire, because you'll get to shoot first, come on! Ah, didn't hit him quite well, so ow, hoping. Still working out though. Oh, he's firing a grenade at me. Oh, he's blinding me. Oh, you. Good shot. Wow, Ryuji got hurt right there. Could be going better. Alright, we've disarmed that one. That one's out of the game. Holy crud. The PS3. Ah, dang. Alright. Fire. Right, that's one down. Guard. Oh, okay. Alright, they're doing the defense thing. Guard. Ooh, I'm a little worried about that. That's a machine gunner. Ooh, my legs took all that. I have been confused. Wow. Bruh, we're usually getting XCOM'd right now, man. Can I switch with you? I think you need to move over here. Because we need to use some items. You need to block the passage now. Because you have a raptor to shoot with. Just like they do. Oh, they're pushing in. Fantastic. Woo, I'm glad that missed. Okay, guard. Ah, okay, blew off my leg. That's fine. Alright, so I need to see, can you use an item? Do we have one? We do have a repair ass body. There we go. I was hoping not to have to do that, but it's not quite proven that way. See, I guess my issue now is... Get you back to health. There we go. So what I'm gonna have to do is take this shot from this dude. We're going to end here, so we can see what that happens. You need to shoot at this guy. Yeah, it's trying to waste rockets on me. Means I have to rush it. Okay. Raptor. Alright, decent. We're coming back. This one right here is a bit uncontrolled, but we can deal with it. Welcome, first here. Welcome back. Okay, so... If I get here, can I shoot at that? I can. Fire the PS3. Boom, nice. Ryuji's basically healed. I'm gonna have him rush this, Rocketeer. Alright, he missed. Alright then, that was helpful. Good job, Ryuji, you did it. I'm so proud of you. Ah! It's like losing your mind. I almost got it. Ooh, that was kind of rough. I'm a little worried about her now. If I have her guard, it should be okay. I'm gonna keep attacking here. Oh, that's a little worrisome. Okay, that's good. Fine. He should be almost out of rockets, though. Let's guard on this first assault. Perfect. Fighting at her guard. Come on, go. You gotta kill this thing. There you go. Alright, fire the raptor. Let's have you bow out. Have you get in there. How much ammo do I have left? I have one shot. I don't think we can shoot. But yeah, we can. Fire! Boom! Nice, okay. Guard. Raptor. Ooh, that one hurt. I should have definitely guarded. But we're alright. We're still good. We're out of ammo. We are out of ammo. So now you're just kind of waiting in the back. Let's switch to you. Attack. Singular. Ah, okay. It's gonna be like that, huh? And you need to be here. I'm gonna have her using one of her repairs on her body so she doesn't get slapped. Alright, well, it doesn't have evasion now. Respond with Ziegler. Man. We are in a little bit of a situation on the other one. Raptor. That was a good hit. Yeah. You can take the hit more, but I kind of want my other... I don't know. Do I want Ryuji to get the XP first? I don't know what I want Ryuji to be. Do I want two snipers, Ryuji and JJ? Because if I want Ryuji to become a sniper, I need him to get this kill. JJ's already kind of a sniper. Y'all can hear me, right? In the chat? Right, chat? Y'all can hear me? Testing. Oh. Oh, just making sure. Because I'm just kind of been going on in my own world with this game. Because once I get into it, sometimes I just kind of float on through. Let's see. I mean, JJ is his thing is called Hunter. I don't know. I might turn Ryuji into some sort of assassin melee. Let's let JJ try to get this kill. He's still not got it yet. I'm a little concerned. It is a bit concerning, not gonna lie. There we go. Item salvage, Raptor MG. Ooh. We got another Raptor machine gun. We can sell it or use it for spare weapon. Alright, guard. I may have to heal soon. I may have to use one of his heals. He's already used one. No, we gotta hope for the best. Come on. There we go. What? How? The OCU was never this good? Item salvage, a Zora arm. What kind of weapon you got, sir? You've got, it's got a, okay, then we need to get in its face. Ooh, that, I don't like that. Well, I'll have to use another repair on Ryuji because of that. I'll have to guard him, keep him alive. I don't know if we can even go that way. Whew, okay. Like, that was nerve-wracking. I'll have to use one more. I don't want to take the chance of Ryuji dying at the last second trying to give him XP. Oh, it could shoot at her, I guess. It missed. To be fair, I don't know how it fired her. Oh, because she's one level down, right. Also, something I forgot in front mission that 3 taught me, again. Up is considered, so you see how this is like, so normally this would be considered just one square, right? Well, because he's also up on an entire level or elevation, it's actually 2 squares. So he's actually in range of his rocket to be able to fire at me. Forgot about that, to be fair. Actually, I should just leave you there. Excuse my stomach, chat. Boom! Nice. Alright, there you go, Ryuji. Nice. Nice, we got it. The area is clear of hostiles, Captain. Let me formally introduce you to Keith Carabel and Joannis, I'm gonna say his name wrong, Jurasaka. 2 more members of Canyon Crows. Make sure you never stand behind me, and we'll get along fine, Captain. Captain. The Colonel has asked you to report to the military ward in New Miljan. The facilities there will also let us repair and resupply. Nice. Made good money because I didn't lose a single person. Because all this is about almost like an A rating kind of thing. The more you get the kills without, which we could go back to Barrett. I did, by the way, not realize that when we first did this. I could go back to Barrett and do more arena now and buy stuff there as well. But I think we're going to New Miljan for now. Oh, enter town. Alright. So first off, let's go to the bar that's here. Bar, Zila. Steve. I heard that CPUs work better on clear nights during a full moon. I heard it from Hash and Baradin. You can trust him, really. Pilots gain different numbers of skill points each weapon category and dodge rating. It's best to specialize in one type of weapon at first if you want to survive. Yeah. I heard there was a plane crash nearby. That's all it was, okay. New Miljan is the OCU's first hub and settlement. My bar has been around since day 1, making us the oldest Union side. Establishment, quite a legacy. Alright, not much here. So let's make a save. Go back. Then we're gonna want to go to the shop. Oh no, wait, hold on. Hold on. I need to see what they're sporting right now and then go from there. So set up. I don't remember who we made what, so I'm not really gonna mess with too many names right now. Because we can rename everyone, but I'm not going to do too much of that right now. I think this was Farseer's character, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember who I made who. So we might just kind of, just for the sake of speed, and this purpose of speed in the game, I think we might just keep them as their normal names. So, let's see. Dude, that name is so close to something in my brain that I'm like, I should make him a melee. I really should. We'll rename this one. We're renaming this one. There we go. That makes more sense now. Alright, so... Just keep... Is there a white and blue paint? Probably no. It's kind of better than the normal blue, but... Problem is that we went straight white for our other one, so we can't really go the normal color that good old Raiden would be. You know what? I should make my other one black then. Let's let him keep this one. Let's go change mine to predominantly black. So something like that. Is there a different black? It's like a grayish black. That's kind of cool. I do like that. That's like a reddish magenta black. We're gonna want that black 0. We'll go with that. Let's see, that tank has the, let's see, I discovered something about the tech tree. That tank has the body and ammunition of an M1A2 SEP at 12.0 and a 12.7 tank at 12.0. Yeah. Why do you think I like Kate so much? You know how many good... I actually did pretty good earlier. I'm starting to understand where to sit with an Abrams to get good shots and good positioning. So I'm starting to get in some good kills now and rack in some fights. It's not just me one and done as much anymore. It still happens, but mostly when I'm trying to get to a position and trying to get to where I'm going. But I'm getting a lot better. But yeah, Kate is quite a good tank. That's why I'm able to body most things with her in like the plate and stuff, because she's using A2 ammo. Which, good news, there is a challenger now on the field. That's all I'll say. So there might be a wild, mad challenger out there somewhere. Let's put it that way. Alright. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let, also Darius got... Farsia, do you want to rename this one, or you want to wait till a character later in the game to see who else what else? I'm gonna give everyone a single one they get to choose the name of, no matter what it is. Just for speed purposes. We might not get them all named in tonight's episode, which is fine. Because you can do this at any time. If anyone else wants to name some of these, let me know. So right now, you are the same as me. We're both Zenith bodies. But you're going with that crazy, weird submachine gunny or single shot rifle thing. And I just don't know if I want you and Jerry to be doing the same. Not Jerry, Hunter. I don't want Raiden and Hunter doing the same thing. Also, their names being like that bothers my brain. So we're gonna properly change their names. It doesn't know what that is. Jerry can. So Jerry can. Actually, knowing the pilot, it'd be spelled like this. Fixing their name. He's suffering the stock top tier experience. Oh yeah, stock is annoying because all you get is heat for a little bit in the beginning. You do have to really, like, take your shots when you know you can get something out of it. Otherwise, you're just shooting to tell everyone where you are so you can die faster. But, what was I gonna say? But yeah, alright, so that's better there. Oh, also, why is Malik so... What? Why is your name like that? There we go. Now they're all lowercase. Or they're all normal writing. Except for Primrose, I gotta fix yours. I'm gonna do this in the dumbest way possible just because I don't want to have to type it all the normal way. So Prim. We'll do the same thing here. Same thing here. Primrose, there we go. There we go. I vote you name one Big Boss. Alright, who should we name Big Boss? I mean, he looks like Guile from Street Fighter. I forgot that Keith always looked like that. Every time I play this, it makes me kind of laugh. Every time I see him. Name my Wanzer after an urban mech. So you want, so you want to call it Irby? We could call it Irby. Hold on, man. So you want it to be called... This is what I'm thinking in my head of what you mean by it. So instead of just calling it Urban Mech, Irby. Then Liquid and... Well, I already have Raiden. I did that for 2 reasons. Mortal Kombat and Metal Gear Solid. We could... I mean, he is wearing the camouflage jacket. Oh... This one could be Liquid. Because these are going to be more permanent for our squad, if I think, if I'm not mistaken, for a while. Unlike what happens to you in 2, where you kind of jump around a lot. Let's see, Liquid. Oh, welcome, Crispy. Although this could be Solidus. I'm going to name this one Solidus. I'm going to give this one a gray color. So this one's going to be called Solidus. Because that's the... I mean, he kind of has got that snake look, but he almost looks like Solidus, because Solidus has that bigger chin. that more like Chad chin, what do we call it? What do you call it? So yeah, so we'll call that one Solidus, and let me paint it a grayer color. Let me start at the top, see what kind of gray we got. That's actually pretty close, but I kind of want a darker gray. That's not bad. Because we're looking for like a Metal Gear gray, kind of Ray-like kind of gray. Maybe even a dark blue. Let's look through the grays first, though. Do yellow. That's pink. Ah, so there ain't too many grays. That's like the closest to that color. So let's look for the blues. There's that blue. Then there's that blue. Oh, that's kind of close. Oh, actually, that's kind of close to what Ray's got blue part of its like lighter blue part of its metal. Is there any other blues? That's not blue. What you mean, game? That's light blue. At least I can give it that. It's like, that's not blue. We're gonna go with that. This one... This will be Metal Gear Rex, so we'll go with gray. We'll make this one Liquid. This one will be Liquid. At least for now. And Liquid's more accurate. Although, wait. Oh, if we do that, I have to do that then. Well, then we're changing him around, and okay, so then I'm going to change this a bit. That means I'm going to let my Raiden become full melee, and you're about to see me do something hilarious with this one. So this one is L-I-Q, yeah, liquid. This one is going to get that. I mean, which grade did I like the best? It was the second or first one. That's really bright. I think it's the first one. Yeah, let's go with that one. Because that's like Rex kind of colors. And that one will be like that. And then that's Farseer's now. Alright, what color do you want your mech to be, Farseer? We're not worried about what Natalie wants. We're just worried what color you want the mech to be. You want it to be a darker blackish gray as well? A lighter gray? One of the versions of black? Oh, I wish there was a silver. Like an actual like lighter silver. There's not a gunmetal gray like I'd like in here too. And then when we get more, I'll let everyone else pick a mech as well. We want Steiner blue. Okay, so we want a blue. Alright, tell me, because I can't remember exactly what color their blue is. Are they the ones that have that darker blue, or is that the lighter blue I'm thinking about? So let me start at the top. You let me know which one looks most likely. So that's blue 0. That is pretty blue. There is, I know, a faction with that blue, but I think I might be confusing them with someone else. So there's that blue. Then there's a lighter blue. Then there's a more grayish dark blue. Darker blue, so it'd be blue 2 then. Let's see what blue 3 looks like. No, that's right, blue 3 is not blue. And blue 4 is too light. So it's blue 2. Yeah, that's the darkest blue we're gonna get. So blue 2. Alright, there we go. Beautiful. Alright, now I gotta set up their stuff according to what I think I want them to be now. Pilot-wise, I gotta look at some stuff. We don't have any skills or anything yet, so there's not much we can do here. Yeah, what's the word? Can we rename them? I can't remember. I could have sworn. Maybe that's only what's it called you can do that in. Alright. So we're done with that setup part. Let's save that. Let's actually save that in both, because I can go back to the other town if I wanted to. Okay. So now we go to the shop. What can I do for you today? Let's go to setup. Alright, let's see. Alright, what do you want to... Let's start with first here so I know what type of Irby she's trying to go for. What type of urban mech are you running? What's it equipped with? And then we'll then we'll talk about Solidus, Liquid, and Raiden. Should have made some coffee, but my coffee maker's not plugged in. I didn't get it plugged in. It's actually right here next to me, but it's not plugged in yet. So an AC-20. So you want to go long range. Ooh, I'm gonna have to reprogram the character for that. Because you see where her XP is right now. Alright, to be fair, she didn't make it to level 10, so that's fine. It's not too early to make sure that this is why this is why I ask now, because I have to train them in that specialty, as you see right there. Everyone starts at level 9 across the board for everything. But if you want them to be better in each thing, you want to have them use that type of weapon um, you want them to have to use that type of weapon way more. That's why she dodges more. She's a 17. Okay. So you want longer range. Let me think here. Do we have anything for that yet? What is that? Oh, grenade launcher. Okay. I mean, kind of. I mean, it's not technically a, which I want that for me if I can get it. It's better, but. The Winnie! Ooh, a Tonfa, finally. Okay, so we can make what's his name go melee. I'm thinking a Rim 3 then. Is there any long range weapons? No, that's the longest range. Part of me's like, should I, how much are gonna hurt your weight for your movement? Let's buy this and equip it. I can always take it off. It took it down by 1. If I can find some legs that are a little stronger, let's see if we can do that real quick. Let's work on that right now. Because an Irby would probably have a small machine gun as well. So let me, I need parts, legs. We need movement to go up. The vapor, I mean, it's starting to look like a tiny urban mech doing that. Anything faster? There's literally nothing faster. We're gonna have to give it the vapor legs. Because it gives it more movement. I mean, you got your wish parts here. It definitely looks like an Irby mech. What kind of body can we get here? What we looking here? Oh, wow. That kind of looks like an urban mech chest. Part of me is like, oh, well, it's terrible, though. That would just be terrible. That's lighter weight. A Tempest? Your movement doesn't seem to be changing. That's pretty good. Not my AC-20! It's what Jeff King said. Not my AC-20! I'm gonna go with this Tempest. That way the Irby mech is good to go. So alright, so here's the thing. So it's a multi-purpose weapon, so I think it suits any type of XP. Man, none of these are... Whew. Alright, well, okay. What does she even... I wish you could, like... I thought it's supposed to compare, but it is comparing down there. It's like, so... So we must have 36 short. 16 long, 16 dodge. That means none of those are good for her. She has to keep the same CPU. That CPU does no good for her. I don't know. Okay, I'm a little bugged by the arms being two different things. What's the right arm? Hold on, we gotta go look. That's a little bugged that they're not, that it's not the same. Hold on 1 second, chat. I gotta go see what her... Herbie. What's the right arm? The right arm's a Zora. The left arm is something else. Okay, so it's the left arm that needs to be changed. Parts. Left arm. Ooh, a Zora is less damage in defense, but it will make us lighter, which means probably more dodge. So I'll go with that. Yeah, see, her movement's almost a 20 now. So she is a very, just like an Herbie. Well, Herbies aren't that fast, but I'm kind of basing this on that basically we're building a light, long-range bomber. Who can technically go brawl if it gets cut off with that little machine gun that I've given it. Because we're basically gonna want to ignore melee. We're gonna want short and long range and dodge, or maybe long and dodge and then maybe a little bit of short. We'll have to see how it goes. But that's good for Herbie. Herbie is good now. All right, Raiden. No, hold on. Let's start with liquid. Because I've gotten an idea to my brain now that I'm like, yeah. But I need to see what body is going to do this. You need better legs as well. Most of these are better for you. The Husky is probably what I should give you. Or the Zora, but the Zora makes you real short. Because I want his movement to come up. Vapor would be kind of good for this. Yeah, let's go Vapor. Alright. Right arm. We want the weight to be... Okay, there we go. Galbor, probably? Yeah, because we want the defense and hit to go up, but not the weight. So we'll go Galbo. The Galbo. This makes his movement 16. HP is still really high, which I like. And then... let's get your weapons and then I'll go from there. So... so that's the automatic, that's the single shot. Well, this kind of looks like a revolver, so... we're gonna treat it like one. And we're gonna give him a second one. Because, well, obvious reasons. Alright, so he's going all short bang on there. There's nothing else, there's nothing. Short, just short everywhere. See, that'd be good if you're going long range, but we are not. These are both short range weapons, I assume. Hold on, let me make sure. Short range Winnie. The Winnie. Alright, that seems pretty good. He's really strong. He's definitely going to be one of our main go-tos. Oh, Solidus. I think I might just leave you as an all-arounder right now. Something that gets a little bit better, but we are going to go ahead and change your machine gun, which is your left hand, to the Grave. The Grave is better, yeah, but it makes him heavier. Hold on. Can we? Actually, no, we should, brother. Well, that's actually more weight. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Whatever he's got on is Oh, the Zora is actually less? So then we should go Zora for him. But that's making him drop quite a bit in power. I'm gonna take the chance. Solidus is heavier anyways, he's not gonna dodge as much. So I need him to be tankier, but not like in a certain way. Liquid also was the better clone besides Solid Snake himself. What kind of legs can I give you that will do better here? You both go Huskies. Oh, that makes you super tanky. Oh, wow. That's gonna hurt your weight so bad, though. Although you are supposed to be firing rockets in the beginning. I mean, Vapor would do best of both worlds. Let's go Vapor. Because we want to try to keep our bang for our buck here. That also keeps his move to 17. I might actually go up to the big ones at some point. We'll see how I feel about it. First, though, now that that's good, we want left hand, we want the Grave. Yeah, there's better rockets, okay. What does he have right now? He has that. So all of these are better. Wait, what's that? Oh, the shield, right? The WS is in here. Ooh, okay. Let's save that. Let's not give that to him. Let's give him the MGR. That brought his movement down a little bit. That's fine. And how much is this gonna? That's a lot of weight. Nah, I don't want. I'm gonna leave him at 16. That seems okay. 92 with a 120. Weight to power ratio is pretty high, so that should be pretty good. He's mostly got a short. He's actually going a short and long range build, so. Once again, we won't get the better CPUs till later, so a lot of seconds. Same. So he's done. He's done. Irby's done. Now we gotta do Raiden. Raiden! Alright, obviously Raiden's getting all the melee weapons. I need some sort of melee weapon bomb head here. So... do I want to go full melee? The answer is yes. Because there's no difference between a rifle, because there's one... Since the rifle can't shoot more than one square away, there's no difference. So why am I asking myself this? It also does more damage. Okay. Oh, hold on. So I do want to protect... I'm just going to do favoritism and protect his right shoulder. Now let's go mess with his parts. Legs first to try to get that movement up. Ooh. So even though the HP is less, that's less weight and more movement. Let's go with Zora. Oh, we're out of money too. Well, that was pretty good to be fair right there, probably. Let me go sell the stuff we're not using now. Alright, out of that, we've done quite a lot in one go. Whoopsies, I meant to go back in there. No, back in the shop. So, hand weapons. Sell them all. Sell them all! Shoulder. Sell it. Now parts. This is where we're gonna make the big bucks. Wait, we have a husky body? Okay, I don't know if I want to just sell that. Alright, I'll hold on to the husky body for the moment. We don't need the arms, because I don't really like the husky arms. Oh, it's a part of a set. I'm not going to sell that either, because I can't remember what that means. I'm not going to sell that either, because I'm not sure what that means. Okay, see, that's a set as well. So I wonder if having a set on does anything special. I'll go into our parts and look at that in a minute. So sell that one. It might be just these were the beginning parts. So there's 2 sets in that one. I'll sell one. Sell the Pagoda. That's back to 720. Okay. Let me go look at that real quick and read what I wanted to look at real quick. Let's go to setup. That's outside the shop. I need to look at. So what kind? There's Zora arms. Aren't you using Zora arms? Yeah, it's the same. Zora 3A. So it doesn't seem to be any different. They seem to be... yeah. So I don't think that matters. So we should sell all that, I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong, then I'll find out later. Because we want as much money as we can kind of scrounge around with in this game. Okay. Alright, so... I don't really want to spend too much more on just his. I think I'm going to leave him fine as he is now. Let's go to me real quick. Because I'm kind of the fill the gaps in guy. So I need to look at body parts to see if there's a better arms for me. See, the Huskies actually might be better for me. Maybe I should have kept... Well, Zora's good too. I know, so the Huskies are better for me, so I'm gonna buy them from me. We look kind of goofy, but sadly this is, when you're trying to go for what you're set up, you want to try to match it to what it actually gives you the most bang for your buck. That's 81, so it wants me to go Geyser. So what gives us the most? That gives us 85, 81. Let's go with the Geyser. Let me go sell the other stuff. Nah, I always go back out too far. Parts. No, not the Husky. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. It should give us hopefully enough to get a weapon, because I want to upgrade my machine gun. The rocket may have to stay weak for now. Weapons. Oh, the candle went out finally. Left hand. The grave is actually not that much better. than the Seek. Maybe I do want to keep that then. Because it's only one more difference. I don't think I'm going to leave my guy as he is for now. Let's maybe upgrade my rocket then to the MGR. How much is my... Ooh, but my movement's really bad though. Ooh, okay, hold on. I'm really slow though with this. Apparently I don't have enough of that though. Apparently the Vapor is the best bang for my buck right there. So we've ran out a little bit of money towards the end. We'll just have to go with what we got. He'll be a little bit of a more throwaway for now. Everybody else has kind of got a decent setup. Herbie's a little weaker on the weight to power ratio than I'd like, but it's more about the movement and the scouting and doing scout and hit and run damage. So we should be good. Let's go with that for now. Each weapon and Wanzer part has a weight value. Your Wanzer's body power output determines the total weight your Wanzer can handle. The weight to power ratio of your current Wanzer is displayed at the top right of the screen. If this WP ratio goes over 100, your Wanzer setup is too heavy, and you won't be able to take it into battle. That's why you want, like, somehow to get fast, but heavy enough to take the damage, but also able to dodge. It's not an easy thing to mix and match. That's why we're running hard onto the dodging mechanic for Farseer's build, because it's a smaller setup. Hope to see you again. Alright. Let's make a save. Alright, so... military ward. We've received word that one of our light transport planes went down in the mountains 60 clicks northeast of here. Your mission is to recover the plane's cargo before the statesmen do. Set up ASAP and move out. This is the crash site. Crash site. It's within proper OCU borders, but we've detected UCS troops inbound. Here's the mission intel. So we're going to be fighting an average of Zenith units. This is the boss data, apparently. Well, we don't have that, but we know that we're going to be fighting primarily Zenith units with the PIZ 3 and some sort of maybe machine gun or rifle. Let me go real quick, get this candle changed out real quick, then we'll continue. We're going to go a little later than normal tonight, just so we can kind of catch up. If anyone isn't able to stay for the rest of it, it's fine, because we've seen parts of this already, because I had to start over since it erased my data, or like I think I played on the PS4 version, so I'll be right back. Alright, let's make save again. X that out. Let's head to the crash site. UCS ground units approaching, Captain. Let's get that container before they spot us. Hey, someone's up there. A civilian Wanzer? He's standing in plain sight. Hello. See, just notice it's still marked in it. Yeah, I leave it that way on purpose, Farseer. It's for the channel, setup and the way it runs now. Plus for YouTube purposes. Alright, thank you. Turn off the fan, please. Oh, thank you. It's to allow us to basically be able to discuss and chat like we would normally do, along with anything in the game that might be just somewhat unusual as far as like language or whatever. It keeps it safe, and it keeps our channel safe. Especially since I do kind of do not safe for work things here and there, so especially like Baldur's Gate and all that. But it's to make sure that the YouTube robots understand. Alright. The civilian Wanzer, he's standing in plain sight. The UCS will see him. You there! This is a free fire zone. Evacuate the area at once. Oh, Frederick, right. Looks like what's his name from that Dead Rising? Yeah, Dead Rising. Hey lady, do you mind? I'm getting footage for my hot scoop. And it's Frank. It's definitely Frank. What did you just call me? He cut me off. Journalists. Move up. He's going to need our help, whether he likes it or not. Alright, here we go. I see one unidentified Wanzer near the crash site, sir. It must be the OCU. We'll neutralize him. Dude, you're a dumbass! Can't remember if we can go around this way or not. So I'm just gonna push forward. We shall be the distraction. Oh, we can push around here. Right, and you head up and actually you can probably, hold on. We can push you further than that. Okay. Alright, Irby's going in for the rear attack. I'm gonna send Keith up with me, since he's the other heavy hitter. Liquid's going up with Irby. Come on, ride and get up there. You're our fast mover. Man, the Irby can move as well. Hold on. Just don't leave it up if you ever do, man. Side games don't take too kindly for that label. It shouldn't be, but I'll have to check. I mean, I've been doing the vlogs anyways. kind of to do both, but I'll make sure to think about that. I like how he missed. The only Chris Redfield of this thing. Ah, help me! Well, let's see what you get. What now? We need to hit the UCS units anyways. We're covering him. But sir, we don't have to. We don't leave people surrounded and alone. Not this time. Jared. Civilian vehicle. This is OCU Army Mercenary Group Canyon Crows. Form on us and we'll cover you. Okay, thanks. We've recovered the cargo. Amazing, it's a new type of missile launcher. Good work. Let's see how it works on these Aussie Wanzers. Or OC Wanzers. I really don't know if that means anything. Almost sounds like he's trying to say an Australian insult, but I'm not really sure. Alright, run in for the punching. Tonfa mode. So what's the range on the grenade launcher? 1 to 4. I should be able to shoot from there. Rim 3. Ah, come on. You gotta hit the cannon shots first. You gotta hit the cannon shots. Why are you missing like that? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to shoot. Ah. Alright, well, let's get liquid into place. Guard with the WS. Wow, okay, guard with the WS. Oh, come on. Come on, big guy. Alright, he got some bonuses. You can tell he's mostly a short range guy, but we're gonna upgrade his melee. Respawn with Tonfa. Woo, I need to heal him after this. Alright, we've disarmed that one. Okay, so hold on. We need you to run away. You for the moment, because you took a way too heavy of a hit there. I need you to fall back by 1 and attack that again with the Rim 3. Oh, wow, okay. She isn't doing too swoofed with that with that grenade launcher. There we go. Alright, hit him harder. Let's move liquid into position. I'm gonna run up to here. Attack him with the Piz 3. Okay, well, we missed. Alright, what? What's happening? Oh. Went for me. I leveled up, nice. So I have a lot more dodge, so I might want to consider more dodgy legs next time. Guard with the WS again. We need to try to waste their rockets of all the missileers so we can just rush most of them. There doesn't seem to be too many machine gunners in this battle. It's mostly just rocketeers. Which, I built Ryuji way better this time, or Ryuji. He's definitely been playing a good role right now. Okay, alright, so... Does she have any ammo left? Oh, the ammo is infinite, okay. Can I shoot from right there? Yes. So, Rim 3. Fire the cannon! Finally, we hit something! Fire the cannon! Fire the MGR. Okay, that weakened that one's rocket side. Let's get JJ in the brawling ring, aka Liquid in the fighting. Let's get him into the brawl. Oh! Ow! All you got is punches. I'm gonna stay where I'm at and I'm gonna attack with this. Alright, Ryuji's gonna get back in for the melee. Boom! Okay. Guard. More rocket gameplay, alright. This, nice. XCOM Gods of Bliss, this mission. Damn King, you just doomed us to bank balance hell. Damn King has doomed us all! My legs are looking a little worse for wear there. I will have to heal. Tonfa. Wow, alright, cool. Nobody did anything. That's what you call a net negative. Alright. I'm gonna swap out for a second. Because I still have some repairs. I'm gonna repair my legs. I'm gonna swap to the big man Keith here. He's gonna get into attack range for the grave, and he's gonna start using the grave. Of course, they're going for the rocket arm. Okay. No, there's no point in shooting at that. Damn it. Come on, Liquid! Wow! Liquid's about to lose his legs. Grand stuff. Okay, so melee, Tonfa. Boosh. Alright, Rocket is down on that. We lost one of our Tonfas, but that's okay. There's a whole nother arm. Oh, man. What have you done, Tim? Fire the cannon! Ah, okay. We have a lot of training to do for Natalie. Guard. Alright. Answer with the grave. Alright, nice. Nice, Keith leveled up. Answer with the Tonfa. Melee for melee. Boom! Alright, I should be able to fire a rocket from here, right? Fire it at him. Fire the Piz 3. We've got a fresh contender. Attack with melee. Boom. No legs. No, we almost have no legs. Bruh. Rim 3. Fire. Cannon. Oh, man. This is some hilarious stuff. Fire the other Winnie. still missed. Oh, Tam King might have jinxed us. Guard. Okay. I should just answer with the Winnie. Grave, answer with the grave. There we go, killed it. Answer with the Tonfa.
Woo! I got, woo, that's not good. Oh, wow.
He's retreating. He's got to get out of the fight now. Oh, this is not good. Answer with the Sieg. Oh, ow. Oh, man, this is not good. You gotta, I need to retreat you. Oh, but oh man, this is bad. Because you don't have any more items, do you? Uh-oh. Ah, dang it, Tam King, I wish you had to say. And right there, we might lose one person and not get as good a grade on this one. We're not going to get paid as well on this one. I wish he would hit somebody with this damn grenade. Fire! Thank you. You hit his legs, I guess. That's something. His mobility will be down at least. Fire the grave. Alright, that guy is at least now washed out of the fight. So now we can focus on the one that's near my main character. We'll finish off the ones that have no body parts later. Come on. Alright, I'll take that. That's something. He can't melee me now. JJ leveled up. Nice. Oh, is that guy oh no. They're chasing that guy. Answer with the Winnie. Shit. Ow. There's the new rocket launcher they took. We might have to start this over. Because I think I screwed up a little bit there because RNG just kind of bummed me. This is why, now you kind of see why I don't like 1 and 2 as much. Because it kind of throws you to the wolves almost immediately. And RNG can literally just cost you the entire mission. And I don't know if I like that being that on the fringe, especially this early in the game. Because there's no way to backpedal. The only offset is to just reload the game. And hope you don't get boned the second time. I've got to chase after these guys because we have a problem. Fire the Fizz 3. Come on. That means Ryuji's gonna have to go up here and help him. But Ryuji's probably gonna go down no matter what I do here. I might need to pull. Nah, I gotta pull Farseer's character out of this. She's gotta go help with this. These guys are gonna stay here and fight. There we go. Alright, nice. Oh, this is bad. Answer with the Winnie. Nice. Oh. I guess my only worry is oh, he has a Type 5. No, Ryuji can't answer this. I have to let Farseer come help this. I gotta get her, take her over here and take her down this way. Or to be able to make us be able to save that. Oh, we can't attack him. Oh, okay. Let's just finish this off then. Nice. Item salvage, nice. That's a good sell. We can make up for some of the money we might lose. We're still gonna win no matter what, to be fair. Ooh, Frederick did get hurt real bad right there, but he's got backup coming. Calm body, salvaged. Alright. Ooh, I'm a little worried about this. Ah! No plan survives contact with RNG. And that's why I don't like when games rely on it too much. So that is kind of my one biggest slight pet peeve in that. Is like, I would have no way of mitigating this. We have all the best equipment you can have at this point in the game. Because we did so well in the first match. So my brain kind of goes to, it's more of we just have to replay until we get somewhat of a better roll. Which is fun, but this is also why 1 was my least favorite. Ow, wow. I'm really concerned if Ryuji gets hit by that. That's game over, man, as they say. Game over, man! Game over! Ooh, okay, ouch. I have a bad feeling about doing this. Oh. Wow, this dude just has really good dodge, man. At least Ryuji leveled up if he dies. He did get some XP out of that at least. I think this thing only wants... Ooh, we're gonna lose. Oh! Oh, I just need to do... Okay. Come on. Come on. Alright, we might save this. Okay, hold on. There we go. Commander down. And I leveled up. Nice. I got a Iguchi Type 5 rifle. Ooh, I got his weapon. Nice. Okay. Now Ryuji and this guy are just going to sit back here. Let's bring everybody to the front. We got to prepare for the next phase of the battle. We got to regroup. Woo! Because I think we have to go to them now. How many? I got 2 repairs left on me. You don't have anything. You have anything left? You have 2 as well. Alright, we can get a little bit aggressive with this then. We'll have to buy supplies, like, since we couldn't buy them in that one yet. We're gonna have to buy our repair supplies in the next city. Hopefully the next city has them, if I'm not mistaken. Let's create a box. Surprised they're still not moving. I'm gonna kind of play to the wind here. Alright, let's see if we can lure them in with liquid. Still not moving. Oh, wait. Oh, he's just okay. Alright, here's what I'll do. We'll run up in a square formation. Still no movement. Alright. I'll bring him up as reserve just in case I need him, but I want him the last thing that comes in. Yep, they're firing at us. They're firing at... Oh! Yeah! Ah! I should have healed her. I didn't know it was going to do that much damage. Okay, well, I guess we're not avoiding it now. I'm not restarting at this point. I'm just going to have to take it. That's annoying. I'm actually, since that's happened, I'm going to go ahead and repair my right arm. Well, then you can't come up here until that rocket is empty. Well, that's super annoying. We have to rush the narrative. We're not going to be able to do this. So, Liquid, I'm sorry, but you got to get in the middle of this. Winnie. Oh, it has a machine gun, though. Ooh. I need to repair his body next turn after I guard. Did I accidentally end my turn with my... Oh no, I had the heal. Oh, I hope we can still do this. I hope we can still do this. Keep leveled up. Okay, luckily it's using its turn to chaff an ally instead of shooting its rocket at me. Guard. Just so we can heal your body. Okay. Man, that is some painful sauce, man. Painful sauce. Make sure you don't die in one shot. That was a good hit. Oh, but that was a good hit on me too. Guard, I don't trust it. There we go, because guarding means you get more defense, so some guns won't do any damage when you do that. Okay! We're running the... Not to worry, Fuzzy, I am here anyways. How's your day been? My character was the first to die. Yeah, you got really unlucky there. I didn't think that rocket was going to do that much damage. If I had known that, I would have had you at full health so you could have taken that hit and still been here. Sometimes the art, like I said, the hindsight in this game be a little bit wonky. Nice. I'm gonna pull myself in the middle. Nice, did. This does suck, I'm not gonna lie, that happened. Wait, hold on. Actually, let's use one. You've got your first repair you haven't used. Just go ahead and make sure you don't get caught. Guard. Guard. Tam King blessed it with the XCOM gods, yeah, and then it fell apart just slightly. I think we'll still make way more, or not. Let's see. By the way, Farseer, did you tell Ardnot to log in to get his free carrots? I forgot to get in there to get those. I will log in tonight if I don't forget. I forgot about the carrots. The carrots! Carrots must be carroted. We must count our carrots. Yeah, that was a good hit. Hey, I was just the messenger. I don't control the gun. I was just the messenger. I did nothing wrong. Grave answer with a grave wave. Sir, you calm down. So like I said, the worst that's going to happen is whatever Farseer's repair cost is going to get deducted from our what we get after we defeat everybody. Otherwise, it's actually not really that bad, to be fair. Does he have any ammo left in his rocket? No. Might as well attack with this then. Nice. Oof. Answer with a winner. Woo. Alright, let me try to let him get this kill. Hit him with the winner! There we go. Nice, we win. Yes, the Egret rocket launcher. Nice, and now we got a better rocket launcher. Hey, are you alright? Wow, what a rush. Now this is what I call captivating wartime footage. You could have been killed. Hey, I'm a war journalist, that's what I do. I'll get the scoop even if I have to bite the big one. Hey, you lead this outfit, right? I got a favor to ask. Mind if I tag along with you guys? I won't give you any trouble. I'm pretty good. With Wanzers and I can shoot a gun better than a camera. Do as you like. I'd rather keep you where I can see you than on the loose. Mission complete. So yeah, here we go. So okay, because we lost Farseer, we lost 357. It's not really that bad. Overall, if you look at how much we earned per mech, that could be worse. It's about the equivalent of almost 2 of those mechs up here in cost. We still have a decent amount of money, to be fair. Okay. I'm gonna save it. Let's see. Trying to think what I want to do here. Oh wait, let's go to setup real quick. We did get some new parts, and I just want to see what they are. Not weapons. I know what we got for weapons. We got a calm body, which is what parts here has. We could sell that. Ooh, the husky body is actually really good, but for some reason not as good as Zenith with weight to power. I guess it doesn't really matter because remember, weight to power ratio itself doesn't mean that. That's weight. That's even more weight though. My movement's already crummy. No legs. See, this is why you need a certain backpacks and stuff. Will help later with that. I need to give myself a cheaper and smaller rocket launcher. Let's go do that real quick. Let's go to setup. Vehicle, Malix. Weapons, right shoulder. Oh, but okay, never mind. The MGR is heavier, I guess. Oh, okay. So the PIZ-3 is the best one I'm going to get for a rocket launcher, so I'm going to have to leave that. So it's definitely a body part issue, but I'm not sure where it would be, so... That would give me less HP, but more movement. We could go like that, but... The gobbo looks so weird. I look like an actual tiny gobbo. Husky would be better, probably. I'm gonna switch us to a husky. It's gonna be a little bit less HP, but overall. But it gives us some of our movement back, so we can kind of play around with some stuff. Plus now I can upgrade my machine gun to a grave. Can I get away with an MGR or no? Let's buy one, but we're not necessarily going to keep it on. See, it only brought my movement down to 15. That's fine. So now we're at 85 weight to power ratio, 111 HP, 15 movement. Pretty even in melee, short and long, which is fine. That's pretty good, I think. That's heavier. Part of me wonders if we'd be better off in Huskies. In a Husky. We can do some experimentation. That didn't change my movement, we're gonna keep that. That gives me even more HP. Damn King, the Teo has chosen you. I just pulled Tokai Teo with my free carrots. Sealy, stop overhanding Teo at people, cries Damn King. It's peak joy Teo. Blue Teo is the beginning. The red Teo is close behind Damn King. Sealy is trying to Teo curse people again. Sealy's trying to curse people again. Let's see. I think that one's fine. I think you're fine. You just need a lot more long range, like, expertise so badly. She didn't get the level up because she died. That really sucks. I've really got to get that long range up. Let me see what the range of this thing is. It must be, or the hit chances. It must be terrible. What, the Rem 3? Oh yeah, 58%. That explains why it never hits. Since this game's got XCOM-like level of RNG, that's why that's never hitting. That's a 58% chance that grenade is ever gonna hit anything. Now, eventually, unless, hold on. Can I get an arm that's better in short range? I forget how to. Oh, right, no, I remember, we used to have this. Because it does, but it's a machine gun now. Hold on, we can do that on the other arm. That would be the left arm. I forgot that was a thing. That gives her way more weight. Holy crud. See if we can get away with that. What's the weight? I know, thank you. Oh, still, movement is 20. Oh, because the gun was removed. So she's actually even faster now. Alright, we can go with that. At least that's a better machine gun overall, if needed. See, 58% XCOM translation is 1%. Which is why I'm giving you an actual built-in, like, machine gun hand to back you up for short-range maneuvers. Oh, yeah, though, that's very rough that is such a ridiculous hitbox or hit chance. It'll have to stay for now, it's our only option. Solidus seemed to do pretty good. Liquid did pretty good. Oh yeah, we got you now. Witness. I mean, he looks like Eddie Brock, right? You already know what I'm probably gonna do. Okay, we'll go with that since I have the actual black. Although I could switch mine to that. No, let's give this, I got a better idea. I'll give you this one. Go to me. We'll go with the black from the bottom. Where it's more like a reddish magenta black. Yeah. This somewhat also is a hint towards the purple that will eventually show up. Well, I could give him green. That's too bright. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe not. There ain't too good at greens in this game so far. Oh, why are they so bright? Why are they so bright? Why are they so bright? Yeah, it's way too bright. Holy crud. Never mind, we're not going with green. We're just going to stick with this magenta black color. Let's see, also I hate that. Let's see. Alright, there's a second digital in the club now. There's a second digital in the club? Yay! Well, it's been in his few percent. Not gonna lie, I'd steal the RAM stick off these mechs that may need them to summon for more Teos. Alright, cool. Let's go down to this. Name. Obviously. This means he's going to be our secondary melee, which we do need another melee, which is why I'm doing this, too. This is perfect timing. Dude has terrible HP when you spend the rest of our money on him. Okay, so first, yeah, let's deal with the body. You always want to go with the body first. So let's see, what gives us the We want him to be an absolute unit. So what gives us the most HP? The Vapor. Now let's go with legs. What's this? His movement's pretty crappy now, though. So what's the second best? 126? 124, that's too short. That makes him pretty big. We'll say Geyser. And then... the arms kind of look okay, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think we can put weapons in that, right? We can put weapons in that. Let's see what kind of arms versus what we can get though is. Because we don't want the weight to really go up too much more. Oh, Huskies work on this thing. Ooh, so does Zenith. Ooh, so does Zora. But we want him to be a unit. Once again, this is basically a Venom unit. Zeniths. Because we're not changing his weight. His movement's already kind of slow. Venom's not as fast as like Spidey and Carnage anyway, so I'm okay with that. I mean, that'd be the only reason why I'd go Zora is the weight. I'll leave it at 14. He's got a lot of HP, so it should be fine. Let's see what the weapons do to it, though. Kanfa. Ooh, that movement's pretty rickety. That movement is pretty rickety. LOL, as soon as the type V to save the words that come with this Venom and vengeance that typical art. Let's see, so that, that's a pretty shit movement, though. Let's go sell something. Why does it... Have you noticed that it changes all their names after you go back out and in to uppercase? Don't know why it does that, but that's fine. I'm gonna go sell some things real quick. Oh, we don't want to sell the Type 5. I actually might give that to, what do you call it? Liquid. Just because he's going to be the dual rifle wielder. Let's sell both the Siegs. We don't want to sell the Egret. Egret is good. We can always buy back another Husky, so I'm going to get rid of all of these bodies in favor of money. Money. Wait, we have a Zora. Do we have a Zora on both sides? Do we have a Zora left arm? Okay, so hold on. I think we're going to go Zoras to lighten up the load on Venom a little bit. So, we have a Zora left arm, right? I hope I didn't get that backwards. So we need a Zora right arm. Let me go out of here. Go to setup. Go to Venom. Parts. Right arm. No, left arm. Zora. They gave him a little bit back, but I still don't think... Was that really worth it? Hold on, let's see. So, Zenith. It doesn't change anything, so I'm just going to leave it as is. He's just going to have to be like that. He gonna have to be like that. Sell parts. Sell the Zora and the Tindus. So the Pabote, the Zora, the Tindus. Before I sell that, are there any other better legs for Venom? To make him faster? I mean Vapor, but that makes him look really odd. Husky, but it shrinks him. Yeah, all these shrink him. I go look at his original legs real quick before I sell them. Parts, legs. See, it shrinks his HP by 10 though. Nah, I'm good. It's good. We're gonna let him be the slow-moving, slap you in the face. Because him and Raiden are gonna be running as a team. So let's sell everything and then go from there. Or sell everything we're not gonna use. So legs, sell Giza, sell that. Okay. We'll try it. We'll leave it like that. Anyone else that needs updates? You look good. You look good. You look good. You look good. Oh, wait, no. But we can do that in the other menu. So we're good here. Let me go out to the main setup. We've got to put that other gun on liquid. We'll make it his right hand. Oh, it's actually a lighter gun, too. A little less damage. It's actually technically not as good as the Winnies. But you know what? We'll do that just for weight purposes, and I'll make him a little bit faster. That way, we'll fire the Winnie, but if the Winnie gets blown off, we've got a backup rifle. That's a little bit more of a lightweight, but still usable, and not much less damage. So that's good there. Do I want to give Solidus that bigger rocket? I am thinking about it. What would it do to him, though? Oh, actually, it's fine. It's only got one ammo, though. It must do a frick load of damage. So it must do I mean, it did to us when it hit us, so we'll let him have the egret. Since Solidus is our more heavy weapon platform. Alright. I think I'm happy with that. Save. Alright. See if there's anybody new at the bar. Nah, nothing new. Back to the military ward. An OCU supply convoy is currently en route to Manesa. Your mission is to escort this convoy until it reaches its destination. Isn't that the Army's job? How much are we getting paid for this? The Army has its hands full clearing the surrounding area of state units. You'll get paid well enough, Keith. The Army's offering a 7,000 large reward if the convoy safely reaches Manesa. Here's the... Oh, I remember this convoy. Here's the mission intel. So we've got to guard the convoy. I remember this. Alright, let's make a save before the mission. Alright. Alright, we save. What time is it? What do y'all think, chat? One more mission or call it for tonight? We'll let y'all decide. I employed Teo in my Red World Colony. Well, oh yeah, did I make it back from the orc incursion? Please say no. Her new name is Teo Porter Bridges? No. How could you insult Sam like that? By the way, Arnott, you missed my message, but from the free ticket CMs, I got Christmas Biwa. I may have stolen her from Ryun. Oh boy. Ryun's gonna come get you, Sealy. You soloed 7 of them and lived or not. God. Why is Rat Me so efficient? Rat Me's like the John Wick of rats. I don't like this because it's like great. That means I made it back to Teo. Oh man, also Farseer has Gold Ship have almost all control over the colony robots. Teo is building all the roads and infrastructure. No, you can't escape theirs. Apparently not. Apparently also I can't also fight my urge to want to win when I'm cornered as a Skaven. I'm like, yes, my stab. And it's like so it's like I guess I'm too good at it. So poor orcs couldn't even do anything. But alright, do we want to do any more missions, or do we want to call it for tonight? We're gonna be continuing this tomorrow. I've kind of decided we're just gonna do front missions for the rest of this week. It's just gonna be easier for what I've got going on this week with everything. So, but it's up to you if you want to do one more mission tonight or save it for tomorrow. Do we try to save the convoy? Try to get the wax suit on Boston. I gotta turn my fan back on. Oh, Sealy says it's Farseer, it's your choice, Sealy said. You need to be fresh for that BS mission. I mean, okay. Alright, so Farseer says wait till tomorrow before we do the escort mission. I mean, I've got some decent energy. I've kind of come to terms versus Front Mission 3 after playing it and seeing what I actually now know the difference is from years ago that I realized, but I had forgotten. This game is just, you play it and you have fun with it. If you die, you try again. Because if the XCOM lords come smashing down through your house window, then, you know. So I think Tam King also might be, I don't know if he's in the chat anymore. I think everyone might be kind of starting to fall asleep. So right now we have 2 votes for waiting till tomorrow because Sealy gave his vote to Farseer. Because I remember correctly, we're gonna. Is this the one where we had to go for that? This is gonna sound really shady. We had to go for that black market dude's like facility in order to sneak through the territory, or is that 2? Or is that Front Mission 2? I don't remember which one that is. If that's this one or 2. Well, it might be just us 3 in here, so we might have to wait till tomorrow, because I don't think there's anybody left to vote. But Farseer and Sealy. Not question. Should I give you a suit of rat power armor? At this point, sure. If I've survived, knowing that I'm coming back to Teo and still fought with rat tenacity, and killed 7 orcs by myself as a Skaven, I think he deserves power armor. I think he deserves to become the Ikit you know that he has become. At least my power armor and robotic armor will be built by Goldship. That's at least something. By the way, on Infield's release day, there's also going to be a Code Vein 2 character creator beta, I think. Oh, really? So we might have to do 2 things that day. We'll have to save. Sadly, Code Vein's got to wait till the 31st. I have to get it a day after its release, because that's when I get paid. Because it's the 30th, I think, and I'm gonna get paid the 31st because there's 31 days in this month. So. Out of Pepsi. What if Code Vein introduces co-op? I join you and see my character's tail. I'm gonna kill you as soon as you join that holiday. I'm gonna turn Trader Road on and immediately stab you. I will not have it. Oh, man. Wow, what is your problem with Teo? There's like, there's a... Nah. You just know. Sometimes you just know, and you're like, nah. Sometimes you just know. You would also blast my capital ship called SS Teo Eternal and War. Yeah, Celia, I'm gonna tell you right now. No matter what faction I'm on, if you name any of your Warhammer ships Teo, you and I are automatically gonna be enemies, and you're gonna put unnecessary stress on Darius's head because you'll have drawn another person into the Guardsman War for the dumbest reason ever. See, I keep sending James and Darius away on long caravans. But it's funny. Let's see. What if both Darius and me name our ships Teo and Mogo? Then I shoot you both. It's like I said, you're either gonna draw me into the war by just the dumb ship naming, or maybe both of you. I mean, you're kind of linked at the hip, both being guardsmen in this situation, anyways. So he really kind of has no choice if I attack you, if he doesn't want to get surrounded and become like real Cadia. Cadia will outlast forever. Just surrounded on all sides. What did the tail even do to you? Somehow Darius is immune to the insanity. Well, that's good. I don't know what that means. Maybe he's already insane. He's already lost his mind. He can't go anymore insane. That's why he works well with James. Although they're going to be fighting each other in Total War 40k, because James is 100% going to be an orc unless the shadow drop is the Thousand Suns. Like, if that happened out of nowhere and that's the Chaos faction that got chose, we all know where James is moving immediately. But this actually might be worse for Darius and Sealy, but here's the problem with that. That also puts Tam King on the chopping block. Because that means James will probably predominantly target Tam King. Well, he's going to target Sealy no matter what. But his actual campaign victory will probably be Tam King. Sealy will just be icing on the cake. You see, out of all the Guardian members, I will retain 100% of my sanity. Probably because Game RNG made him a custodian. Probably. But yeah, it depends on if they add a fifth person to the 4 they've already done, or whatever. And if it ends up being that, James is gonna switch. That'd be like them adding Emperor's Children. This immediately swings me in one all automatic direction. Or like them adding the Dark Angels. Also swings me in one automatic direction. Or like them adding the Tyrannid. Also swings me in one automatic direction. Oh man, I'm yawning. I'm actually starting to yawn now. Because we're not doing anything now. The entire round table of the Guardians have a screw loose. Yeah. And including the seal across the table from me. Oh man. But alright, I guess we're gonna wrap it up because I don't think there's anyone else in chat right now. If anyone else is in chat right now, vote now if you want me to continue one more mission. If you haven't already voted. Vote now if you want me to continue one mission or save it for tomorrow. Because I just think it's just us three at this point. Or at least just us three mainly. When have I ever gone insane? Just being the offspring of James and one of his creations makes you automatically insane. So. Plus, all you gotta do is hit the cuckoo button, and then you go cuckoo for Cuckoo Puffs. Is that enough cuckoo for you? Oh man. Oh man. You got me there. I do love me. It's a cuckoo puffs. You see, because guaranteed someone will make a super fleet just to lock everyone out. If fleet battles are make or break wars, then what should the rules be for them? Hopefully they're not that kind of like that. I know what you mean. Hopefully it's not like Star Wars blockade of Naboo level. Like, I'm hoping it's not like that. But if it is, who actually would be the best? Hold on. I'm trying, before I say something, I want to put from my own reference who actually would be able to do that the best. It'd be Tam King, I think. Because they already naturally have a mechanic that their ships are kind of their bases and not really the planets. So, okay, so I'll let that lock down in the back of my mind. So, maybe no. Guardsman and either Guardsman or Eldar would be the second best for that. At least with the ones that are in the current game. There are some other ones that would be real stupid annoying if they were in there, but they're not. Thank goodness they're not. That's why I said maybe Eldar would be good as a secondary there. I'd have to see, but we'd have to come up, we'd have to see how bad it is. Like, I'd have to kind of look up videos. Once it shows more gameplay and the game gets closer, we'll probably see beta tests and alphas and all that, and we'll get to see kind of how the space works. If space does seem a little ook kind of strong, we might have to put limits on, put rules on, and I hate to do this for games because it really does suck when they don't think about that in development, that people will exploit if there's an exploit. Now, you could argue some factions would want to do this, ergo the Space Marines. Because, once again, Space Marines are mainly out of their ships in that gameplay so far from what I've seen of them. They're the most horde-like, on-the-move out of all of the ones with their fleet than anybody. Like, their fleets aren't just fleets, they're also their homes. So, let's see, I have a rule, no planet camping without invading. I'll give you that. Yeah, maybe that would be a good safe rule. That if you're going to blockade it, you have to invade it. Meaning you have to attack the ground, too. You can't just sit in space indefinitely and be a troll. If you're going to blockade an enemy world that you're trying to destroy or capture, you need to be hitting it to qualify you still defending it, the airspace around it. I'll accept that. That seems fair. Because then it's like prompting the other players to want to build a better fleet to dig them out faster so the invasion of the ground forces stop. Because you will have a certain amount of defenses you can leave behind, which is where it almost feels like Dawn of War and less Total War in this way, with the way it looked like it seems like you kind of leave troops behind, which once again it feels like Dawn of War and Total War sharing each other's blood right now. It's like they're jumping back and forth. Dawn of War just got their orc trailer. We just got to see what the orcs are going to be like fully in Dawn of War now, and the new Dawn of War 4. Um, so it just feels like they're sharing each other's blood right now. So I wouldn't be surprised. But that is a good rule of thumb, I think. By the way, I have some Mayan ancestry in my blood. After all, that's true. You have a good point, Celia. You have a good point. You have a good point. Good point. Doesn't make you any less cuckoo. Maybe more cuckoo. But yeah, unless you're gonna be not invading the ground, you can't be camping in space. Once again, it also depends on how good the fleets are. If they're not like whambo bambo, you can just blockade everyone out until they actually bring a fleet worth a darn to even try to match anything. Like you have to be actually tactical about it. Then, yeah, at that point, I'm gonna establish the rule that you need to be deploying ground forces and you can't just blockade. Because then it becomes too easy for anyone who does. Like the Space Marines can play the space game probably pretty hard. Yeah, no. I guess it also depends on how space battles are handled. There was a screenshot that did kind of hint that maybe space battles might have boarding mechanics, where you can send your infantry units that are on board your ships to their ships and fight in like a little miniature like ground battle inside the ship. If they do something like that, that's like Star Wars Battlefront RTS levels, I'm gonna freak the hell out because that's gonna be amazing. But I guess we'll see. Or not. Look at me. Am I cuckoo for Cuckoo Puffs? You saying I cuckoo can't handle my Cuckoo Puffs? Exactly. 100%. See, that's how easy. It says he's the sane one at the table. But because someone will park a fleet over your best recruitment world and just deny your army, and that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm like, it depends on how space battles work, with the way they interact, how overpowered they are, even the mechanics within them, and what you can use and what you can't use. So guess we'll find out. I mean, it's a ways away, sadly. So it'll be a bit before we find out anything, to be fair. All of it's just conjecture right now. I'm just happy it exists. You know how, like I said, that and Zone of the Enders and Gundam, like an Armored Core level type Gundam, have always been in the back of my mind. At least one of them have come true. And the Predator game, I guess. Or, excuse me, the Alien and Predator game, I guess. But the more realistic ones are the ones I said first. And one of them's finally come true. Total War 40K is a thing now. And I'm like, yes, thank you. Something good. And it could still end up being bad, sadly. I hope not. But I think they're going to put quite a lot in this. This seems like a pretty big project. I still say it till the end of the day. I do think it should have been the last trailer at the Game Awards, because it'd have been more exciting. The difference is I can control my cuckoo side of my cuckoo brain. There's also this intrusive Anubis PTSD inside that part, saying anything starting with N, Anu, and cuckoo is the cuckoo. Exactly. Yeah, I know. Anu is a great thing. You know, you gotta understand the scales. Balance is everything. Oh man. And Sealy, you're gonna get a taste of that balance in Total War 40K. Oh. Alright. You're gonna rename your fleet, huh? Alright, and I know what the name of my capital ship's gonna be. Should give the just amount of right juice in order to reenact history on an RTS level of extreme levels of PTSD. Balance says the cheese lord teleporting like a Necron on crack. Oh, you better. Oh, Celia, you better. You better. No, no. I'll leave it at that. Farseer, it has been written in stone. Seeley just did it. Because he just struck a chord in my mind. You know how I have that instinct, right? You know that Resident Evil instinct that I have with video gaming when I can kind of predict things to a certain extent? This could be way off. But something just... when he did that, right past my face. So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm pretty sure Seeley just cursed himself. Debbie Seeley, I need no planets and my ships are invisible and I will make her not install more rules. Okay, I do think that the Eldar are going to be problematic. They're probably the most unique problematic faction. But Farseer's going to have to learn how to use them in Total War, so I'm confident she won't know how to do the cheese in the very beginning. But however, I think Seeley has cursed you, Farseer. I think Seeley has cursed you all. I think Seeley has demanded the greatest of destructions of all levels. I think Seeley wants a repeat of history during the ages when Seeley first joined the gameplay, when we first really started playing Smite. I think he wants a repeat of this in Total War 40k. And I can think of no faction better that represents the exact type of abilities that Anubis uses. And you better hope, Seeley, they aren't the fifth one. Because if they are... and their ships are pyramids. Oh no! I'm just gonna... I'm just writing it in I'm writing it in the scales of balance right now. Just... that a certain faction will be added to Total War 40k. Please, oh please let it happen. Please let it be. Because then me and Farseer become the most trolliest things in the galaxy. For two different reasons, but definitely annoying enough that everyone might dislike us both equally. You see, I'll use the standard strategy of go in, inflict eye-watering damage in seconds, leave and let the salt sink in. Yes, and well, I mean, if you know what I'm talking about, Farseer, I wouldn't try to do that on my faction. I would say I'll say it this way, to keep it a secret. To keep this a secret. Because I think Farseer might know what I'm on to. If that faction is added, I will make a truce with you. Just because technically I will say your hit and run tactics wouldn't do too well against things that can get back up. It's like so. It's I hope Seeley hasn't just doomed the entire universe, but he might have. He might have just called upon the first guardian to return from his slumber. Metal boys avoid. You can see me. Yeah, I know exactly. I know I can see you. That's why you're like, nope. I ain't going over there. This is why you. This is why I said Seeley might have just doomed the entire universe. You see, I'm not backing off. Not this time. Not when Cuckoo and Anubis is involved. Mark my words, Arnott. I will make you reload your saves in our campaign. Oh, I wish James could have seen this. I will have to tell him what you said. Alright, Seeley. Alright. You heard it here first here. You've seen Darius play Stellaris with me. You've seen James play with me. You've seen me play Total War. Oh, Sealy, hope to the mocha that is your mocha, the mocha the Inteo that you believe in, that they do not get added. Hell, I'm pretty sure I can do it with the setup I've been thinking about, because I'm gonna do something very unique, depending on what they do and don't add. I'm gonna do something very unique. It's gonna be hilarious. I'm not saying what it is yet, but let's see if it's I like you said, Tomb Kings. It's like if it's the Tomb Kings, I'd beat you back with the cuckoo, you cheesy bitch. Don't forget how many times you reloaded your rats from failed ambushes, huh? Sealy doesn't know. Also, Sealy, your shields will not work. CA will have an eye-watering hard time of balancing Metal Board shield ignoring weapon. Oh man. Oh man, like I said. Sealy's sealed his fate now. See, with that challenge, Sealy has guaranteed. It doesn't even matter if it's not the Metal Boy, is it now? Sealy's now doomed himself to fight my creation, too. That I'm not telling you about, that I'm making from the 4. Or making from the choice of the 4 that I went with the one that I went with out of the 4. Because from what I can tell, you can do like 3 to 4 different variants of every single one of these factions. And this gave me an idea. So I'm going to do something special if they don't add another faction. Cause I like all the ones that are in there, but most of the ones in there, other than a certain one, don't intrigue me as much as other ones would intrigue me if they were already in there. That's why I'm hoping they add at least one more. Now, even if it's Mechanicus, I can make that annoyingly work too. It'll be the same. I know enough now. You see, you can't reload or not. They can see me. They can fucking see. Exactly. No, man. Farseer ain't helping you in that fight, Sealy. If it's the one, if they add the one that she's afraid of, she is going nowhere near to help you with that fight, because her advantage gets nullified to the faction that I'm talking about. They do not have an advantage there. You can't hide from something that can switch its spectral vision or its ocular type, like to a 1,000 types per second. You see, I'm not talking about a fight. I'm saying we can't reload saves. Oh no, I don't allow reload saves on campaign unless it's something that's out of our control. Like if it's something that's out of our control, then I allow it. But yeah, if it's actually a loss in a battle that you both agreed upon, both sides, like me and Darius did that one time, yeah, you have to take that. Even if you didn't realize with the trap that you fell into. And so it's like, but yeah, I really wish it would get here sooner. I want us to fight this sooner. I am glad we'll have more time for it later than when it does actually come out, but man, I wish it was sooner. I want to play it now. But RNG should be a part of that equation. What? There is no RNG in that. The only RNG that takes place in Total War is slight hit and misses between battles during the auto battling when units are shooting at each other or meleeing each other or whatever. There's not really any RNG. It's more about It's more about the actual battles, because we don't want the game deciding for us what happens totally. Not in a PvP. If you're doing PvE, that's fine. But role-playing with the AI and kind of letting them juke you sometimes during PvP and letting RNG bone you because some sort of AI had a problem, usually is when it comes to PvP. You want to try to give as much chances for the players to be able to fight each other as they can. So, what about your rats failed ambushes, though? Well, yeah, if it were PvP, it would be a failed ambush. It would have not worked. It just wouldn't have worked. If they add the Steel Legion, everyone forms an alliance and jump Darius. Yeah, it's true. Although, there might be an unusual thing that happens in that situation. Darius might have a friend in that situation. Like, Darius might have an unusual ally he doesn't know he wouldn't normally get in Total War in that scenario. You wouldn't just deal with one of those. Because he ain't the only one who likes them. You see, they haven't announced a release date. I assume it's still a year away. I think it'll be the end of this year. I don't think it's a year away. I think it's the end of this year. Maybe a year away, but it'll be January next year at the latest. Because I do think that they are planning on it from what they showed at the VGA Awards. They're hoping for quarter 4 or whatever that is. I think that's like, once again, that's March. No, not March. Hold on. I actually gotta go from March to tell me. March, April, May, June, July, August. It starts from September. So from September all the way up to, it might be August. From August up to December, I think, is quarter 4. So, but most likely I'd say January if something goes wrong. We'll see as it gets further. Like I said, I expect halfway through the year you're going to see some sort of alpha test. It probably won't be an open beta. It'll probably be a closed one. But you'll probably see some sort of test that happens. Because they tend to do that even with the DLCs. Like, you'll see, like, bigger channels. I'll do a big shout-out real quick. Like Lionheart and all that. Because Lionheart plays a lot of all the Total Wars and stuff like that. And Quill. But... Quill 18, but they tend to get access early because they tend to get in on the early tests on some of the like DLCs for certain games, new gameplay for certain Total Wars and things like that. So I do think we'll probably see something like that halfway through the year. Maybe towards the end, once again, it depends on what they shoot for. Are they going to keep it quarter 4 or push it to quarter 1 next year, which would be January, February, March, and April. Or January, February, March, yeah, April. Oh, is it October, December? Okay. So I gave it too many months. Because I was trying to remember where 2 and 3 are. I always get confused where 2 and 3 are with 1 and 4. So October to December, but still, if they don't keep it quarter 4, they'll move it to quarter 1, which will be the year at the next year. It'll be 2027. But I guess we'll see. I'm not gonna lie, I know we are excited to fight. But since we're doing first week of release, our true enemy is lag, because we're lagging out at least once. Oh, I guarantee it. Oh, we're gonna break that game. Especially once you fight James. When you and Darius hit the thing that is known as Mad Lad James as an orc, and y'all are guardsmen, y'all gonna break that game. That's where the first crash is 100% gonna happen. And see, I don't think GW wants to release it close to Dawn of War 4. Wait, what quarter is Dawn of War 4? Is it the same quarter? Is it quarter 4 as well? They may not be both till next year anyways. Like I said, they both may be January. And to be fair, actually, Farseer, I actually think it'd be good to release both at the same time. I know that sounds a bit strange, but it feels like both are kind of hyping each other up right now. Almost like one releases something, and then the other releases something, and since they're both owned by GW, I wonder if GW is doing this on purpose, kind of like Marvel does to feed into their other products. Like they would use their games to feed into their movies and things like that. I wonder if GW is doing this with Dawn of War and Total War. So maybe, I mean, you are right. Normally you don't want to release with a competitor RTS during the same month or same quarter too close to each other, because then you might hurt each other's numbers. But I don't know, I guess it depends on how they have it planned. Because I will say realistically, the people who want to play Dawn of War won't like Total War. This is where the difference between the two RTS fans vary. Dawn of War is more classic RTS mechanics for the more, I'm not being mean, but kind of like Doom. So I'll equate it to this. So shooters. So shooters, for instance. So Arc Raiders and the new Battlefield are probably better for more modern people who like more modern and more realistic shooters. But for us older boomers, Doom and things like that are a better shooter. So we prefer that kind of shooting. So it's the same thing with RTS versus RTS. Is in this case, Dawn of War is the Doom of RTS. So I think the people who like Dawn of War just won't vibe with Total War anyways. So I don't think the market for Dawn of War will really be affected too heavily. At least I don't think. Now, the people who play both, this would be a problem. Because then they'd have to choose between the two. Then I guess you would just choose whichever one you like better personally. But I do think for the niche crowd that likes both of these games specifically for what they are, I don't think that'd change too much. Even if they were on the same release timeline. Cannot talk. Dawn of War 4 is sooner. So if they're sooner, then that should be fine anyways. So they're probably quarter 3 or quarter 2. Dawn of War 4 is a base builder RTS, and Total War 40k is a grand strategy, yeah. But one could argue the only difference really between the two, because you are still building bases in a grand strategy, one's just more realistic and more tactical, one's more arcadey. Because Dawn of War will always be kind of like your Supreme Commanders and Dawn of War itself back in the day, and StarCraft. And it's like, so that's why I equated kind of that comparison. But if it's quarter 3 to quarter 2, it shouldn't be a problem anyways. It says Dawn of War is quarter 1 or quarter 2? Oh, I missed that one. That's actually pretty soon. I doubt quarter 1. I'm going to say quarter 2. Quarter 1 is we're already almost into February. And there's only, I think, January, February, March in quarter 1. It might be just January, February, but I can't remember. So we are already almost into February, so I'm going to say quarter 2 probably if it happens. Never mind, you read it, LOL. Oh yeah, I missed it earlier because I missed you had already put it. Okay, I guess we'll have to see. I'm going to say quarter 2 though, judging by where we're already almost in February. And I am kind of glad they're not. Here's the other problem too. Budget-wise, like for me, I want both of them. So I'm glad they're not releasing at the same quarter, because I want my Dawn of War 4. I promise I won't solo the entire map and turn the lion into the Doom Slayer. I promise I will play the Blood Angels. Even though Sanguinus is not a thing. Sad face. I promise I will not ruin the campaign with the lion. So who needs units when you have a lion? Let's see, March, April is where it could be land. Yeah, okay, so I was right. So March is part of quarter 2, okay. So January, February is quarter 1. So it's 2 months per quarter then? Or is it 3 months in one of them? I'd have to look. How would artifacts work like the ones in fantasy? Rating planets for them. It'd probably be planets and stuff. It looks like when you saw the screenshots of the different worlds in the trailer, it showed the different worlds had icons on them. So they probably do different things and give you different resources. It feels like, once again, it feels like Dawn of War and Total War are helping each other. Or CA and Relic. Which I think that's still who's doing Dawn of War, right? It's like, it feels like CA and Relic are helping each other because it almost feels like Galactic Supremacy, but on steroids. Campaign is 99.9% Dark Angels and 1 mission Blood Ravens. I meant to say Blood Ravens, not Blood Angels. I mean, that's at least something. I'm not against that. Do you see me having a problem with that? Oh, this is such a shame. I'm so sad that 99.9% of it is Dark Angels. This makes me so sad. Have I made it any less believable? You see, but as I said previously, I just prefer, if you're releasing a trailer, release it when you have a concrete date. I do agree. I don't like that, like, we don't know anymore, to be announced kind of thing. They do that all the time now. I get why they do it, but I do think there is a merit. And here's another thing to what you just said, Seeley. And this is why I think the Video Game Awards at some point, even though I do think it's good because it at least proved one thing about the VGA, that it still does at least know what a good game looks like. Because of who won almost the entire competition, but because no one else deserved it more than Expedition. So at least it knows what a good game is, but there is a merit in that being said, that maybe there is too much to be shown too soon, right? I don't know. I think they showed just enough. The good thing about it is how little the trailer gives you is just enough to wet the whistle, make you want more, but then let it calm down just enough to let it be in the back of your head, and then later on hype it back up. This is why I think there's a 5th faction. I think they're saving another faction as the trailer for when it gets closer to remind everybody of this crazy thing's existence and to hype it up again. Let's see, Deep Silver. Oh, Deep Silver is doing Dawn of War 4? Okay. The ones behind Iron Harvest. That explains why it's doing so well. I liked Iron Harvest. That was a good game. Let's see, Enfield was like that. The first teaser was bloody 3 years ago. Like, holy crap. That's why a lot of people called it Winfield. Winfield! Chris Winfield! I'm sorry I had to. It worked so perfectly. Alright, well, it's already 11 now, and we haven't done another. We probably could have done another mission in all the time we talked, but I think we're going to leave it here. I'm going to make sure we have the save where I want it. I'm going to return to the main menu. But alright, nice. There's our little... I forgot what, what is it called? Howitzer? No. Well, it's like a little wolf pack for oh god, I completely forgot. But our little wolf unit basically is our main unit right now. We should be able to get through this pretty quick now that I kind of 3 taught me so much that it's made this game a lot easier. Because 3 reminded me all the things that I forgot because it teaches you better than this game does. So now because I've learned that, I am flying through this. If we start earlier tomorrow, I'm probably going to be able to get us through like, I'm going to say it, probably like quite a few missions. As long as I don't lose too many units per mission, and we keep up with the money, and I don't have to do the arena to do the trick. Because there is a trick if you come up short on money. Like I said, you can go do the arena. Make a save before you do this. Bet the highest you can bet on yourself. Fight something high enough, like with a good enough reward that you know you can beat. Basically a high enough multiplier that you know you can beat. And then bet the maximum amount on yourself. And you will be able to earn enough money to get all the parts you're missing for the next mission. Because this game is way more on rails and way more linear than 2 and way more linear than 3. 3 is the least of these because 3 allows you to do what's called simulation missions where you can use your whole squad eventually to train and level up and get and stuff like that. So also, Sealy, planets will have individual continents you have to take over. It's not one conquest. That's true. I did see that too. This is why I say it kind of reminds me of Planetary Supremacy from Dawn of War, because that's kind of how it was on each of those little worlds, especially the Soulstorm one. When you do the Planetary Supremacy for Soulstorm, and you have each world has several little small continents on it. So I think that's what it's going to be like, and I think depending on the size of the world, will determine how many continents you have to take over the whole world. By the way, what happened to James? Oh, it wasn't today, it was yesterday. Yesterday? Okay, so let me explain. James has a weird issue going on right now. I forgot to update y'all on this for his channel. Thank you for reminding me. James has a weird issue going on with his channel right now with synchronization with his channel and YouTube and Discord. Something's happened where his YouTube has basically logged him out of his Discord synchronization he had and his PlayStation, where like you link it up. And for some reason it keeps telling him he needs to verify his account. Now I don't know if he just never did this when he set up his YouTube and just never forgot, but I'm pretty sure he's done that already. But I don't know. I've been trying to walk him through it, but the problem is, this is a problem that if I wish I could go to his house. Like, this is the problem of having a friend who you want to help them out that lives in Britain. Because I can't exactly go over there and actually look at his computer, look at his account, see what's going on, break it down. Because I did this for another friend who lives here with me in North Carolina that I used to know, or that I talk to every now and then. For Marvel Rivals that we play together, I helped him with his Google account, but it's Google and YouTube are a pain in the ass to explain over a phone or text or anything unless you're sharing your computer screen, and that might be my only way to help him. But I'll have to ask him something. I need to ask him Sunday. We found a workaround, but I've got to fix the workaround Sunday. It has to do with using an Elgato for his PS5 to his PC. I'm basically trying to get his PC to do the streaming at this point. Because I'm just trying to skip all that, get him around all that for now so he can stream again properly and just use OBS. And it's like, OBS may have its problems, but man, is at least it's reliable. I'll give it that. It does crash sometimes, but that's usually networking issues like on my end with Spectrum and what happened the other night for some reason, who knows. But, But yeah, but what was I gonna say? My brain. But yeah, that being said, I'm gonna be helping him Sunday to try to set that up. If we get it working, we're gonna try to do a co-op stream of some sort Sunday. If not, I'm gonna stick with Uma that day, because I'll be on the computer helping James anyways, to help him out, try to fix this issue, figure out what's going on, talking to him through Discord or chat to see what we can do. So yeah, that's why. So by the time me and him got done figuring out a solution that night, the night we were supposed to do Baldur's Gate, I just decided not to stream because it was too late. It was like 8:30, almost 9 o'clock already by the time we got done figuring out some sort of possible solution we can do Sunday. So, we're going to see. It gave me a night off anyways. That's why I decided to switch the schedule to Front Mission entirely for the rest of this week, since Front Mission is going to be on the 30th. There's a lot of stuff happening at the end of this month, ironically. One of them is free, which is the 14th. Can't wait till that starts. That'll be our biggest event that's next week. That'll be a Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, is the 14th. But up until then, we're going to be doing... War Thunder is filler if I get really tired and don't want to do Front Mission and just my brain's just not in strategy mode and just wants to shoot at some tanks and don't care if I get blown up. Then we do War Thunder on those nights. But as far as like most of the time going forward this week or this week and this weekend, so for the rest of this week and weekend, it's going to be Front Mission and Uma/vlogging. And of course, if I can help James out this Sunday, we'll be doing a co-op on Sunday with James. But also on the Anubis topic in Arc Knights, the current return event is an Egyptian one. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. I will keep that in mind. Didn't realize that. If they ever add Krieg and Imperial Fist, those two will not be present on the same planet. That's 3 hours minimum of fighting through fortifications and artillery hell. I hope they do add those variants. I mean, who's to say that Cadia doesn't have them as one of their variants? We haven't seen the other variants for the other factions. The only ones we saw were the Space Marine ones. What if they're one of the setups, or what if both of them are one of the other 3 setups for the Guardsmen? All I'll say is, oof, wouldn't that be nice? Gonna be good stuff. But anyway, as I say, it just reminded me, the siege fights are about to make people learn to be patient, because even in fantasy it took me 35 minutes to break in, LOL. Well, you gotta know how to siege with your faction. Every faction can siege in a faster and slower amount of time. But you are right. And I do think 40k is going to be faster and slower at the same time. It really depends on who's attacking who and what's already in place and what units are coming down to fight. This is why I can't wait to see this. Because I think this is going to evolve into something very, very interesting. It wouldn't be nice throwing hordes after hordes at Krieg Wall and fist fortresses. What you mean? It'd be great, Wanzer. It'd be like World War I in space, is what would happen. Is what that literally would end up being like. How much time would platinuming probably take you a year? That's being generous. Most RTSs are stupid long for platinums. Just because they usually have 1 or 2 trophies that are almost unattainable. Because you have to do something like blisteringly specific with like a hero or something. That's another thing we haven't seen. We haven't seen if there's going to be hero units. We haven't seen like a Gilliman or, what's his name? Why am I forgetting the orc's name? The big man himself. Why would it put brain engage? Calgar was shown. So Calgar is one of them. Okay. So we know that's at least one variant, but we know there's at least 4 variants of each. The default one, so for Guardsmen, it's Cadia is their default one. Then they have 3 others. Just like Space Marine default is the Ultra Smurf, aka the Ultramarine, Gilliman, the Gilliman. And then there's 3 others there. And then, of course, the orcs. I'm kind of curious what the orcs are. Even though I don't think I'm gonna go orc. I want to go orc, but if James goes orc, as cool as it would be cool to do a 2v2 against Darius and Celia's guardsmen, I feel like that ended up just being way too much guardsmen and orc battles back to back. Like you see nothing but that most of the series. There'll be very little Space Marine and Eldar, because that'd be the only other 2 factions. So I need to choose something that's not either of those 2. That should give you a hint of what might be happening. You think they would have apocalypse scenarios like in Stellaris, for example, a Great Maw? I mean, if they do that, that's going to be an automatic hint towards Tyrannid. And it's like, if they do that, they have to add the Tyrannid to this DLC. Because one of those types of things, when you start adding those in, you're teasing the player's brain to go, ooh, that'd be nice if that faction was playable. Which, once again, that'd be a good way to advertise factions. So they could do that. Hopefully they expand on customization to the point we can even pick the commander weapons. Because there's damn near 20 variants of the Force Command. I know. Well, that's why I'm wondering if they go Dawn of War like with that too. Since we know the squads are kind of like this, I'll use Space Marines since they were in the trailer as an example. You have a squad of 6 Space Marines as an example. Every single one of those Space Marines, much like Dawn of War, can have a different gun and a different setup. Basically making the entire squad behave as a hybrid squad. So you can hybridize, specialize. So it's like, I do agree with Farseer, kind of like in Dawn of War as well. This makes me wonder, they're probably going to do maybe the commanders the same way, like in Dawn of War, where you can choose their weapon, what their accessories are, so it kind of gives them different passives and different abilities that they can do on the battlefield. Because this does seem like what they're going for so far. Is all about that customization and kind of building your own version of this variant of this squad that exists in the universe. Just like tabletop. That's what you kind of do in tabletop, to be fair. And they did mention stratagems are going to be a thing. This is why I'm using Space Marines as the example, because that's what it's called for Space Marines. It's basically tactics you can use that call special things down and things like that, like a stratagem like calling down an orbital laser from one of the battleships or battle barges, or more drop pods with Marines or Terminators, blah blah blah. These are just all examples of things that from other variants and tabletop examples that you can do. So, this is what they seem to be really trying to get Total War to be. And I said this to Tam King, where's Warhammer's digital version and representation of how to play tabletop, whether it be turn-based or real-time strategy? And I think Total War is trying to answer that. I think Total War is trying to be what I said a long time ago. I think they're trying to be that RTS model version of exactly what the tabletop kind of feels like, both for space and ground, in an RTS game. At least as close as they can get it. I hope they really do make us name the ships. I would name one Great Wind Cuckoo with blue and red accents, with green being main color. I don't think you can change the color. Well, maybe. I guess it depends on your coat of arms. Because there is a lot of color variants they've already got in there. At least, once again, using the Space Marines as an example, there was quite a bit of color differences. So you might be able to mix and match a little bit. Who knows? Well, once again, we'll see. Depends on how hard in the paint they go with the customization. I think Space Marines might get a Warhound Scout Titan to fight the Stompa. I think they will too. I think they're all going to get something like this. They just didn't show that in the trailer, because that probably would be a pretty big. Like, it would be weird not to be able to color your main ships, right? Well, I think that would be based on your faction's coat of arm colors that you customize. So based on that, you'd have to have played Dawn of War, because Total War's never done this until now. This is why I can't use Total War as an example previously. So I guess maybe Total War Medieval, which is also the other one coming out, kinda does this. But I will say the best example, if you've ever seen Dawn of War, where you can literally customize the paint of your army, it's probably going to be based on whatever the base color and paint of choice of what you make your main faction. It'll be on your units, like your ground units, it'll be on your ships, it'll be on your buildings, things like that. It'll probably be a part of your flag, depending on which is your base color. Stellaris kind of does this too a little bit, but they don't have ground battle. That's the difference. Man, it would be awesome if the Crocs... No, the Crocs aren't going to be in here, Celia. I hate to tell you. 40K doesn't have Lizardmen, or at least not as a faction. They do exist, but not as a faction. Most of those factions and those men fight for the Guardsmen or the Imperial... Either the Imperium, some of them fight for Chaos, and other things. Some of them the Tau. Maybe not willingly. Hopefully Guard gets a night house play style, because that is just Guard, but all the heavy units are knights. Exactly. I would love that. That would be a fun build. That'd be a really fun build. But, alright, Chad, I guess we should wrap it up here. We've got people joining, and I don't want to, since we're not going to be continuing tonight, I don't want to disappoint people with not being able to do any more gameplay tonight. So we're going to wrap it up for now. Let me read what Sealy just said. I said that because the Crocs are the closest to something Mayan alike, you know? That's true. So in fantasy, that they're definitely the best choice for that. I would have to say, if you wanted that, but they're not in the game yet, you'd have to wait till the Tau get added. If they have a Kroot, if you know what this is, if they have a Kroot, am I saying it right? Kroot build, that's kind of akin to Lizardmen-like builds. But it's still Tau. I forget what that one's called. But that's if the Tau get added to the game. I'm not sure who else would be even close to that. But, alright, chat, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I am getting kind of tired now, so I want to say big shout out to everyone who was watching in the background. Everyone who came in to check out Front Mission First Remake. We're going to be continuing the next episode tomorrow. We're going to be
Be prepared for flash speeding. We're gonna be speed running this game. Like, we're gonna be hardcore and going into each campaign. The only time I'm gonna slow down is if we run into some sort of unusual wall. That means I may have like some parts and some upgrades I'm still missing on one of my mechs that's not pulling its weight quite enough, which will tell that based on who's dying the most during a match. Even though there is RNG this game, like I said, sometimes XCOM just kills you in here, so. But we shall continue this tomorrow. I said that because the Crocs of the owner ran down. See you hard night. Have a good one, and remember, Teo is the worst, and Farseer is. Hey, yeah, okay, well, that second one's okay. And Farseer is brainwashing me to summon Fedora. I approve this message. See, Teo is the worst, and you do need to summon Dura. You see, Farseer said, bye, hard night. If you want Russia, play a Valhalla build for guard. If you want a Soviet Russia build, play. I have seen Voistrin. I've played the Voistrin in the mod, Unification mod. I actually tried that Voistrin Firstborn, little version of the guard. They were fun, but because I noticed they were one of the choices when I was just fiddling around with it back on the original mod. Not the new one. I still haven't played the new mod for that yet. But, which I'm saving that for when Dawn of War 4 hits. Once Dawn of War 4 gets here, I think that's when we're going to kick in the gear of, we're going to do Dawn of War 4, we're going to do the Dawn of War remaster with the Unification mod for it. We're going to hit the ground running. Just to like show off different things and kind of do different flavors, comparisons. It'll be also to kind of show a comparison between original Dawn of War versus where Dawn of War 4 has finally come back to. So. Oh, that reminds me. Are you getting TW 4K on PC, 40K on PC? No, I'm getting it on console for that one. Because it'll be cross-platform from what I heard. So, that one I'm getting on console because I don't want to risk my PC not being upgraded before then. It probably will be if my PC is actually no, I still have to do cross-platform for Tam King's sake. Yeah, see, I still have to do cross-platform for Tam King. I need to figure out how to mute his voice in Discord so he can join the Discord chat so everyone can chat with him. And then let the stream not be able to have to hear his voice. I gotta figure out how that works. Because if I can figure out how that works, that makes that even easier. But what about the mods? There aren't going to be that many mods. Total War won't have that many mods in the beginning. It takes a while for that to kick in. I don't think that 40K is going to get that many strong mods in the first month. 2 months from it, 3 months after that, sure. You'll start to see it flow like a river. But I have a feeling it's going to be pretty complicated for the modders in the beginning to get certain things to work. So it's going to be more trial and error for the first month for a lot of modders. So you probably won't see too much. You'll see good ones. Like really, really good modders will still release theirs probably a lot earlier. But on a mass scale, there won't be that many. Not at first. But it's inevitable when big mods like the Unification. Well, Unification is for Dawn of War. That won't happen for Total War. There won't be unless for some reason the modder ends up playing that made Unification. The team that made Unification mod plays Total War and goes, whoa, and wants to do it for that too. I wouldn't look too much into that right now. We're only going to be doing base game in the beginning anyways. Unless they pull a Warhammer 3 and give out the modules before the game release. That's true. If they do that, then you could see a better pre-existence of mods and have more choices and more vast things. But I don't like to do mods when I first play a game anyways. I always play vanilla in a game when I first get it first. You always want to do one full campaign on vanilla when you get a game before you start modding it. So that way you know what the original experience was like. versus how good it really was, were the mods really needed, or were they just icing on the cake, that kind of thing. Because some games need mods to be better, others don't. That's why I like to see what the game is like first. So I will be playing him, you know. Plus it's for Tam, like I said, it's so Tam King can join in as well. Because I want to, this will be Tam King's first Total War. He's never got to play a Total War ever. Not, much like Sealy. Sealy's only got to play a little bit of fantasy Total War. But Tam King's never got to play a Total War. So this will be his first. So I'm getting it on console so I can help Tam King join in on the Total War beautiful realm of existence. You see, it's just hard now. If you want mods, you would have to buy Total War 48K. I know I would have to buy it again. Why would I not buy it again? Of course I would buy it again. How many times okay, I'm gonna put this into perspective. If the game is good enough for me, I'll use Zone of the Enders as my example, and Metal Gear Solid. I want you to think, I'm gonna put this in perspective. I have bought Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater a total of, I'm pretty sure, 8 times. The original, I'm not gonna count all of them. The original, several of the remakes, some modded ones that happened on PC for a little while, the remasters that happened before the remake that came out on console originally, bought all versions of those, and then the remake itself. I have bought an MGS3 8 times. Trust me, buying Total War 40K twice isn't gonna hurt me. Won't be James be playing with Tam on console? Or is he getting a... That I'm not sure. I'm gonna ask James what he prefers to do there. I have a feeling he's gonna go console first as well. But I'm gonna let him decide. He doesn't have to, though. Because he's got a better PC than I do, somewhat. I still think he's gonna have to upgrade even his before that game comes out. Because I think this game's gonna be pretty intense. So, I think even James's PC is going to have a little bit of a struggle with that game. So, I think he's going to have to buy it on console at first. Because I don't think he can afford to get no new PC right now. I barely can, and I'm going to be saving up months ahead of time, and that's the only reason why. But as far as James and what he's got going on IRL and what he's got to do and help his family and stuff, yeah, he can't really do that right now. See, he may end up just having to get it on console out of necessity. But we'll see. And see, I forgot the original experience of Stellaris. So have I. I don't even know what that looks like anymore. Because even console's now fully updated, so... I don't even know what that is anymore. That's faded from my brain. So it's me, Farseer, Darius, and maybe James on PC with you and Tam on console. Yes. James' PC GPU is 4080 and is the top tier Ryzen CPU. Yes, but with how much these games have escalated, I'm going to put it in perspective. James still can't even run Fantasy at full gear. If he can't run Total War Warhammer 3 on full gear, do you think he's going to run 40K? There's going to be far more animations, far more graphics to render. The map is going to be quadruple the size. Don't James have a 40 series? He does. But like I said, a 4080 even today is now starting to become kind of shit. If you're going to run it as you see in the trailers. This is what a lot of people don't realize. And this is the misconception of PC that I both love and hate. Is unless you're rocking good shit, you're never gonna get totally what you see in that trailer unless you're on console. This is where console is better. I'm not saying it's overall better than PC, because PC is still better overall. But console is better in one major way. It will guarantee you what you saw in that trailer. You will not have to do no adjustments, no changes, no resolution buffer, no frame rate change, no Gotta make sure the shadows might not be shadowy. You see what I mean? That's the difference. That's where console has the advantage. Now, once again, PC has the advantage on utility, meaning there's more choices with PC, once again, mods, and things like that that open up. So utility basis, overall, PC is still better than console. But that is the one thing, console is never going to be beaten so far until PC stops letting that be a thing. And I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, considering all these GPU companies are jumping out of the public market. This is going to make PCs so expensive to upgrade, most average people are not going to be able to have a good PC anymore. We're about to go back into the era that most average people are going to be mostly consoles. Because it'll be too expensive to even make your own PC. Now, you'll be able to buy pre-purchased ones that'll be pretty reasonable, but even those are going to start to go up. Eventually. Not right now at first, because there's enough stock floating around in the warehouses of these companies who make these pre-built PCs for each generation to kind of keep it cheaper. This is why I'm going to do it that way. I'm just going to have to replace the one I have again, just because... well, at this point, I just don't have much of an option. Because buying the GPU by itself is as expensive as upgrading my whole PC and upgrading everything at the same time. So I'm like, why is that even, that's not even a question, so. Wait, hold on, something ain't right. I need to ask Darius what his settings is since he plays on a lesser GPU. I mean, unless James had something set wrong. But here's another thing that if that is the case, then I know what it might be. But that'll actually play even more into what I mean by this is where PC needs to fix this problem. But I'll wait to hear what Darius says before I chime in on that. Let's see, no way my GPU is comparable to a 4080. I can play it at 60 frames per second on 4K on Fantasy. Yeah, see, this is what tells me. But see, that's my problem right there, okay? James can't do this, but you know what that means maybe is happening? Have y'all met, so let me ask both of you. Darius, probably the answer is yes. Sealy, maybe not. I don't know, maybe you have Sealy. Have either of you messed with, or has Darius, for you Farseer, has Darius or you Sealy messed with your GPU settings to make it more efficient? Like in the GPU itself, did you go in and change some things around to make it more like better at running things and making sure it allocates the right GPU here, 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 and here, right? Did you do that? To be fair, even I'm not as good at doing that. I still don't even know fully how to do that with my AMD. Because I know I can get more juice out of my AMD slightly more than it is. But my AMD is also far older than James's 4080 for his NVIDIA. Or whatever, or GeForce. Yeah, he plays on max settings with a 30 series. Oh no, that's the same sentence. I overclocked it, but I changed it back because Monster Hunter Wilds didn't like that. See, that's strange. You can play it on default, but he can't. Why? What? I wonder if James really has a 4080 in that computer. I don't know. See, this is why I wish I could go over to his house. Because I could tell by looking at it what it is. Bless me on that one. Holy crud. My GPU is a Radeon 700. Yeah, you have a better one than me, Sealy. Because you have a Radeon, which that's AMD, right? Radeon's AMD. You have what I have. Just yours is better than mine. Like I said, mine is definitely a grandpa. That's why I understand why mine doesn't quite do too well. Mine's like that old ape from Donkey Kong sitting there twirling that little xylophone until Donkey Kong drops his boombox on top of the xylophone, busting it to pieces, and jumping down and starts dancing. My nose is getting to me now. But anyways, we've been talking for a while. But, he didn't change his settings? Okay, well. See. Now I'm concerned, but I don't want to. I'm not going to put that in James's ear without confirmation on that. But something, I kind of agree with Farseer now. Like, especially now hearing what Sealy said, and his graphics card is weaker. So that's what I'm going to run this off of, because sure, Darius didn't mess with anything, but sometimes things can just be weird. Maybe something about James's computer does need him to change some settings around, who knows. But if that's the case, I'm going to go off of something that makes this even more odd. Sealy's Radeon is an equivalent to being an under gen, meaning it's a gen behind, maybe 2, of what the 4080 is for James. So how is that playing Fantasy on 4K on default settings? On everything on Ultra, I assume, not 40K, sorry, Fantasy. Playing Fantasy in 4K. Probably on Ultra settings all the way through. Probably max unit sizes, I assume. How is that? That worries me. Yeah, he either changed something he wasn't supposed to, or maybe, I don't know. Who knows what James be met just like kind of fiddling. Him and his, like, sometimes I catch him doing it sometimes. I know someone else who does that a lot too. His name's Lamino. But they both tend to fiddle with stuff that, like, they have these jittery, like, they can't stop from just messing with something. They can't sit there and just be patient and wait and figure out what's going on. They gotta press something. They gotta do something. Just to, who cares if it's the wrong thing? Do it! Kind of thing. And I hate that so much. It drives me so mad. I cannot stand that kind of way of problem solving. It drives me nuts. So my brain kind of goes, either he is fidgeted with something, or his computer requires, maybe it has to do with his CPU being slightly different. Because I have heard that in some cases when you hybridize your computer with a different brand of CPU that doesn't match your GPU, like they're not basically companies and friendly parent companies of each other. Sometimes you have to change some things around to make them more friendly and compatible with each other. But I don't know enough to know that. So, but that being said, it could either be he fidgeted with something, or he needs to fidget with something, or he got gypped. I always did kind of say the price he gave me seemed kind of cheap. That's all I'm going to say. And my computer, if you look at how much I paid for my old bones of a dinosaur, with how old of a graphics card it has, and what I paid back then versus what he told me he paid now for a 4080 in that thing, part of me is like, is it a 4080? Let's see, Darius is a gen behind. He's a 30, so he's a 40. So he's a 30 series. So even then, so okay. I don't know. My brain's like, I don't know. I'm not good enough with NVIDIA though. See, I'm trained on AMD. I've used AMD most of my life when it comes to GPUs, so I know kind of how to fidget with her better. NVIDIA's like alien language to me. And it's like, for some reason, I guess it's just tomato. When you're used to one user interface or UI, sometimes other UIs can just baffle your brain. I've noticed this in some games sometimes too with my brain.
The 7000 series is one gen behind, and latest being the 90 series. And at the time, the 7900 costed $800. See, that's why I'm saying. See, my computer was close to $1,700. I'm gonna say $1,500 originally, but that was once again years ago when I bought it. I mean, you can get a cheaper computer today because of how they're manufacturing the pre-built ones, but I'd still say, because here's the thing, let me give you an example. So that Walmart one I gave as an example, that's $800 with a 4080 in it. The CPU is not too good. But CPUs are cheaper to upgrade than GPU is. So realistically, if you bought that one, you get the top tier GPU or some sort of top tier GPU for a lot cheaper because it's in a pre-built system with a more shoddy CPU, and then you just change your CPU immediately. Sure, it might cost somewhat similar to the amount, but you might not need it at first either. It depends on how hard in the paint you're going to go. So, now the 7000 series is the same generation as the 40 series. The main difference between the two gens is the ray tracing. That's why I said that I just don't understand why James is underperforming them. Why is his rig not doing her job? She should be... I mean, she still outperforms mine, but I guess I should put it this way. Not as much as you think. So I think she's outperforming mine, but not outperforming Darius's. And maybe not outperforming Seely's either, I don't know. If Seely's running on full Ultra 4K, then I'm going to say no. He's not outrunning Seely's version either. The 7900 XT is on par with a 4070 Ti Super. The 7900 XTX is the one on par with the 4080. Yeah. But that should, once again, the 70 or the 80 from the 40 series should technically still be able to do this. They should be able to run 4K, pretty much ultra settings, Fantasy Warhammer, Total War, max unit size. Now, if you're streaming, it might have a little bit of a hiccup with you. It might yell at you a little bit. But then your solution to that is buy a cheap secondary GPU that you're just using for streaming, which I've told James to do that before. Just buy a really cheap one just for that does 4K enough, but it's not like top end where it's going to cost you $1,000 for the darn thing or more. Because you're only going to be using to run OBS through. So, and let the games run through the main GPU. So, but even when he's not streaming, like, I'll have to gauge it next time I talk to him Sunday. Unless the CPU is bottlenecking the 480 or he ain't dual channeling RAM sticks. He might not be, but once again, this is where, and back to our original conversation where we'll wrap it up, right? Well, you just kind of pulled it to where I was talking about. A perfect example, Seely. This is also why I think we're going back into where, other than you, me, Farseer, and James, who like PC and are going to put in the work and understand to learn how to do these things and change things and know what does what, and know what cost that it's going to incur us, I do think we're going to see a revive of the era of console kind of getting revived in a different way. I do think it's going to become more cloud streaming, and we're going to see more cloud-based type consoles released at some point down the line with whatever PS6 and the next Xbox or whatever it might be. But I think console gaming is going to start becoming a pretty big thing again, just because of the fact of, I think PCs are just going to get out of reach again for certain levels of people for when it comes to budget. And see, 4050 should be able to do 30k and 30k unit battles at max graphics.
That's true. You do have a point. It definitely should. I guess my brain's like, why isn't it? I'm just, like I said, I'm gonna have to. Thing is, I don't understand. I would need someone who knows NVIDIA, like Darius or something, since he has NVIDIA, to go in and look at James's settings and see what's happening. Or to see if he needs a dual channel like Sealy said, or if the CPU is bottlenecking him. Maybe his CPU is not that good. I'll have to ask him which one he has. I don't know if I actually know what James's CPU is. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yeah, it makes sense. Mind if I tell? What is this, Sealy? He could also put limitations on the 4080 because you can't limit the frequency of the GPU or its total power consumption. I mean, maybe he did that, but I don't know if James would know how to do that. Unless he did it by accident, like pure chaos. I don't think James knows how to even turn that on, Sealy. Or to do that, to like give it unlimited access or to limit its access. The 4080 is a bloody electric gobbler. AKA you need a PSU that's at least 850 or 900 watts. So he might have limited its... Maybe. Well, maybe it's doing it automatically. Your Windows and stuff does do stuff like that. I'll have to ask him what his power wattage is. See, now Sealy's getting into the stuff I even forgot that affects it because it's been so long. This is why Sealy's learning what I want to learn. See, Sealy, you're getting there. You're getting there, Sealy. You're in the doorway. You've walked through the door. But I'll have to ask him, because it could be a couple of things. It could be, like you said, CPU problems, dual channel issue, or it could be just PSU, power supply. See, because if James dumped the main of his money on the CPU and GPU, he might have neglected the PSU. I guess that's a good point. I'll ask him that next time I talk to him. I see why Darius refuses to upgrade his 30 series for a long time. That's because if you know what you're doing, you can kind of just buff an older one. I just ended up... I'm going to admit this right out the gate. The one that I bought from AMD in my pre-built computer, I bought it right before the good version of some of the Radeons went on into standard pre-builts. Kind of like Sealy has, right, for his Radeon. I ended up basically in the pre-builts of the era right before like a ton of the Radeons started going into a lot of the already made computers and became pre-accessible and all that. So if I had what Sealy has, I probably wouldn't upgrade either right now. I could probably just give it more RAM if it's got more room for it, or pseudo, like I said for James, buy a cheap secondary GPU and use that for streaming so it takes it off the main hub. I think I remember James said he has a Ryzen 9 CPU or something. I think he does, but don't quote me on that. Do not quote me on that, but anyways, we need to end it here, chat. It's midnight. We'll talk about more about this tomorrow in our next episode of Front Mission as we continue on with the battles and the campaign for the War of the Island is what I'm gonna call it. This is basically Survivor Mech Warrior. If you've ever seen that TV show, you know what I mean. Is there? I couldn't even upgrade my GPU if I could. if I could, because I can't even buy another 7900 XT, since now they cost $1,200. See what I mean? They've made it too expensive to individually change your computer. This is why I think certain things in the PC realm are gonna begin to shift again. This is why I'm gonna buy me a good one and be done with it for a little while. This is why I'm saving up money, and then we're gonna go for a really, really good one, so it holds me out for a long while. Especially since I want to do AI programming on it and a bunch of other stuff. So it needs to be, but it needs to be beefy for streaming, beefy for gaming, beefy for roboting, and mostly programming. It's not like the robots are gonna come out of the computer. I mean, I can make blueprints of them on it, like 3D modeling and stuff, which is I want it for that too. But as far as like the actual programming and coding and all that, but by or not, pray more companies get into the GPU industry. We need more competition. We do. And people are pulling out too because of that AI race going on right now with the AI data centers. I do think that needs to be slowed down too. As much as I am a supporter of AI and I'm all AI on board, I think that we are also hurting the market by flooding the AI data centers with too much stuff. And it's killing the public and civilian market, causing money from the, I forget what you call it, the fiscal, it's like a fiscal thing that has to do with not the GPU, but the GP, what is it? Yeah, it's GPU, but my brain, I'm too tired now. I'm losing track now. And this is how you know I've gone on too long with this conversation. Basically, in short story short, the more companies that focus too much on data centers and pull out of the public market, the more the public market becomes strained, and then the less technology gets into the public space, meaning businesses can no longer truly fully afford. And people may try to say, oh, they'll still get their computers. No, even it'll get too expensive for them at some point. It's like, it's a natural flux of everything. There's no such thing as an internal permanent market on anything. I said this about video gaming and many other things. So, the more companies that pull out, the more it's going to screw it over. So, I do think that the government needs to kind of step in and tell them to get back in the market and say, frick off, don't do that. Because that is hamstringing and greed at its finest. Because this company's like, oh, who cares about the civilian market? Let's go straight into the data mining center. Because they think that's the future of the market, but not realizing data doesn't matter if the system for the market can't function. So if no one can get on the market to use the market's data does not exist. You see my point? So it's like, so I do think there's a huge problem going on there that needs to be super curtailed immediately. So, you saw the new Boston Dynamics AI-powered robots? I have seen them, yes. They've been doing really good. Intel is trying, yeah, but Intel's... I mean, if they improve, this would be a good time for them to get into the game and actually improve how... Because they've always been kind of when it comes to GPUs. But this would be a good time for them to show what they're made of, show that they're for the public market, make really good Intel systems again. Because once upon a time, Intel had really savage GPUs a long time ago. Like chipsets and things like that. They still have chipsets. But the chipsets are not that good now. They're like... I had one in my laptop once. They're okay for certain things, but not for high-end stuff. So it's like, this would be a good time maybe for them to jump in. But I did see that new robot. I have a backup Battle Mage Intel GPU. It's pretty good for it's costing me only $250. See, that's pretty good. Once again, it's always good to have a cheaper, just what's called a sub-block. Because you can use it for streaming, you can use it to back up RAM and other things as the backup GPU to basically, it'll handle any feed over that your other one can't do. There's so many things you can do with that setup. It is technically the better setup. And part of me has thought about doing that with this one if I can't afford a new one. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But and see, hopefully Asus and Acer get in. That'd be good too. That'd be a good one as well, because they haven't really shown their place in the market yet either. And once again, these are good times. This is a good time to do it, since these other companies are getting too ballsy and getting too greedy and jumping out too soon. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to jump out, regret it a few years later, and then they're going to jump back in. It may be even less than a few years with how fast technology's moving. But oh, now Intel's Battle Mage lineup is fucking solid. It's on par with the lower families of AMD. So okay, I'll keep that in mind then if I need it. If I need a backup sub-block, because that sounds pretty good. Hopefully Asus and Acer get in. NVIDIA's creating a hole in the market, and those create opportunities for others to move in. And that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that's exactly what happens. Because we need to make NVIDIA regret this. And be like, this was a stupid decision. And I think AMD is definitely going to do that. I 100% think that AMD is going to capitalize on this in their own way, because NVIDIA is doing this. So I do think to expect some big things from AMD, especially, but we'll see. But I do hope Asus, Acer, and Intel all start to make some new waves in the market. It's the Ardnot Intel's GPU can do 2K resolution very well. It ain't perfect. Ain't it perfect? I mean, I guess that might be good. I mean, once again, I guess we'll see. Maybe that's my cheap option. Maybe I would have to go that, use them together, and then it would create a pseudo power rig. It won't be the top of the line power rig, but it'll be a power rig. I mean, you are right, Sealy. That is an option. I'll keep that in mind, since battle mages are way more reasonable in price. So, we'll see what... Like I said, I'm going to see what my options are, because I have to save up a couple months worth of money no matter what I do. Like, no matter which option I go, it's going to take at least 3 months worth of money saving. And I can't start saving the money until March. Because next month is Geek Squad, which is 200 of my money automatically. And then I have my normal rent is 300, because I split it with my mom for where we live. But I almost pay basically 50, because our rent is around like 800 or something like that. So I pay like 300 of it, so I'm 100 shy off of the 50-50. Mom, I originally was paying 400, but my mom wanted me to do 3 because she would prefer me to not have to pay as much, since I don't get a lot per month overall. It is getting better. The government is starting to give out more and more, and I think it's because certain resources are freeing up because of things going on right now that are not taking up those resources anymore. But that's for another stream. I'll say I'm very happy about certain things being absolutely Emperor level slapped in the face right now. We finally put on our Emperor's glove and are just like, frick this. Bow! Sometimes you just gotta let that impatience build up long enough. But I can't use my Intel with my Radeon because the 7900 heatsink takes up so much space. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Plus, most games are not that graphics intensive, and people will just get the affordable GPUs and buy AA game, AA game indies. Well, that's true. That is, I will give you that. For most probably PC players, I don't think most Steam players are jumping out the door to play Total War, right? There is something to be said about that. That technically certain games on Steam are not really actually that intensive. I mean, have you ever noticed some of the high-end graphics games for shooters even my graphics card can do on stream, on PC? We're not talking about boomer shooters. Like that time I did, what is it called? It was one of those more modern MOBA. Oh, Mecha Break. When I did Mecha Break on my PC and how that did just fine, Even though that, you could argue the intensity and animations of that is far worse than Total War ever would be. But arguably it's not. The difference between hack and slashes, shooters, and RTSs, it's not about the graphics. And that's also what I think Farseer's onto something there too. It's about the rendering. It's about what's being rendered in. So for RTSs, this is notoriously taxing on GPU and RAM because of how much is constantly on the screen. But with technically like shooters and stuff, it only technically shows you what you can visually, acuitely see within your own dynamic. The only thing I think that tests this limit is Battlefield, but they feed that through the server, so that way it doesn't use your RAM. So once again, even on PC, I bet you I could play Battlefield 6. Because, well, it's not doing it the same way. So my GPU is not even really being touched as much. So I'll say that this is my last little thing to start kind of wrapping it up. I do think there's an attestment to knowing the difference between rendering and what is actually eating up your RAM the most versus what actually isn't, because that's what you're gonna get most of your save block in. And like I said, hearing what James is having issue wise, something tells me that something has either been put to off play somewhere, something is really odd somewhere that he messed with and maybe didn't understand, and it kind of did something weird and wonky, or his computer's got some sort of awkward setup that it requires a bit more finagling to get some of the settings to vibe with each other is the best way to put it. So, pray Valve's Steam machine also succeeds. I think it will. I think the Steam machine, I think it's a little too expensive right now, but in comparison to what PCs are becoming, I wonder if Valve knew that was going to happen. We already know Valve likes to look 10 steps ahead of everybody. Good old, what's his name? I forget what his name is. The CEO of Valve, aka Steam. He likes to be like 10, 20 steps ahead of everybody. So maybe he already knew and predicted the PC market is about to crash into a unholy, way too expensive place for most people to deal with. So he's offering a cheap PC alternative, right? Because if you look at even though it can't do everything, it is like a mini PC to a certain extent. So one could argue Valve is trying to give the everyday person a chance to save up and get a decent console/PC. So think about how smart that is. And think about how expensive PCs are getting and how now it'll make the Steam machine look cheaper. It'll also make the PlayStation and the Xbox look cheaper too by comparison, which is scary, because it means that the prices for those are going to be around $800 to $900 now too. Keep that in mind too. PS6 and the next Xbox will probably have a price tag of, I'm going to say minimum $800 and upwards to $1,000. I don't think they'll go to $1,000. It'll probably stop at $900. They might even ride the brim at $950. But it depends on the Steam machine. They'll probably try to go cheaper than Steam will. So it'll probably be like I said, whatever Steam's is, which I think they said 800, or a low end, like a low end powerful PC. So like I said, 800 to 1,000, somewhere around there. It is a PC. Steam or Gabe said you can download any. Oh, okay. Well, then it is a mini PC. So think about that then from Gabe's perspective. This is why the man, even though we all can't seem to keep seeing it, I swear this man is like the Tony Stark of like consoles. Or like, gaming platforms, or what would you call media platforms for like gaming and stuff. Because where I think he's psychic sometimes, or he just knows people, is probably what it really is. He just happens to know the right people that he can kind of gauge when the markets are going to do terrible things. You could argue that's a bit cheating, probably, and he probably has some, so I'm not going to quote what that's kind of like. But and if that is, like, and if it is, it is, if it isn't, it isn't. But what at the end of the day, you can't really argue with the results that it keeps producing. As long as the system works is another thing too. Even if it's $800 to $1,000 and the PCs get way too expensive, as long as the Steam machine works, people are going to buy it. They really are. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's going to happen. People are going to buy it just because, well, it's doing what at least it's somewhat advertised it's going to do. So, but I'm going to leave it at that. We'll get into, we've already gone on for too long tonight. People probably thinking we're crazy. We'll have to come back for that. Let's say from Steam Software Series 30 series, most popular with 1080 being the popular res. 1080 is most common for most people, anyways. But anyways, by Ardnot, Sealy said Steam did the software/hardware survey. Said most gamers have 30 series, which makes sense, but also makes me question once again why James is having underperformance issues. I'm gonna have him share his screen with his PC Sunday, not only for the Delgado thing we've got to fix for his PS5, but I need to look at his NVIDIA. Because this is also why I think he needs to go to AMD on his next one. Because since NVIDIA is starting to get a little sticklery and back out of things in public market spaces, I do think as far as user friendliness, the last thing I'll say to that is going to end up being mostly in AMD's court. But I guess we'll see. But I want to say thank you to everybody who joined in tonight, and thank you so much for being a part of tonight's stream. Tonight's been a really good one. I hope y'all enjoyed. I really, I think I have a fake spot on my nose. Probably a little scratch. I scratched it too hard. But I want to say y'all, thank y'all for joining for Front Mission First Remake. We'll be continuing this tomorrow. With our next episode as we speed run through the missions. We're going to try to go as fast as we can, because I'm hoping to have 1 and 2 beat before 3. This is why we're not taking no chill on this game. The only thing that's more important than this game right now are our anime games. So like Arknight Infields, once that hits finally on the Wednesday next week. And things like that. Code Vein. That won't be told at the end. So, Code Vein and all that. And of course, Front Mission 3 itself. But I'm hoping to keep enough pace with this that we can try to do both of these before 3. We still have our save data for Front Mission 2, so we don't have to actually start over in that one like we did in this one. Thankfully. So. GeForce now could have messed something up. I mean, that could have, maybe. Maybe it's something to do with it just not becoming friendly and it messed something up on its end. But then, wouldn't that affect Darius too? And anyone else who has one? But I don't know. I'll have to see, like I said. But I wouldn't be surprised if GeForce now could have interfered with OBS since those two programs are similar in their streaming. I mean, maybe. I did say that a little bit to James. That AMD doesn't let me stream straightly from it, or at least not in the same way. So I do wonder if maybe they were trying to become a competitor, but then backed out completely. I think NVIDIA is just in a weird spot right now, in my opinion. I recommend if you're going to get one, you need to get an AMD, just for the moment, just so you're covered safety-wise and reliability that the company's just not going to stop supporting your product. Something like that. So, I'd say right now AMD is safer. But anyways, Wednesday next week, release date is January 22nd. Wait, what? Wednesday next week? Wait, is it this week? Is 14th this week? No, it's not. It is not the 22nd next week, Farseer. What day are you on? How are you in the future? You show me what's going on in the future right now. today is the 8th, Farseer, or the 7th. No, 8th? Hold on. It's midnight. Hold on. The 8th. Today is the 8th, Farseer. The world. It is next week. What date are you guys on? You realize it's January the 8th. I'm saying Arknight's infield release. Oh, it's 22nd? I thought it was the 14th. I thought y'all told me it was the 14th. Oh, well, then we get even more time to do front mission then. Hope y'all ready for some front mission then. Because we're going to be a lot of it. I thought y'all said the 14th was the release date of Arknight's infield. So what's on the 14th? Something else on the 14th. I know Deadpool's the 18th, but it's not the 18th, the 16th. Okay. I don't know where I got 14. Maybe it's something else. See, now I want to know what's on the 14th that I forgot. Well, I guess we'll find out. But never mind. Well, prepare for a lot of front mission, chat. This gives us plenty of time to actually buckle it down. Of course, we'll still be doing vlog and Uma and Mad Lad co-ops once I get his situation figured out and help him figure out his equipment and what's going on over on his end. And then probably War Thunder here and there, like I said, when I just feel like shooting some tanks and chilling. Till ATS happens out of nowhere. I'm still waiting for that shadow drop of ATS to hit me in the balls. I'm saying it specifically like that because I know it's going to. It's going to happen at a time where I'm not going to be ready for it and I'm not going to have the money for it. I can already feel it. But anyways. By the way, Farseer forgot about Dura's banner release. But remember, Kita's banner release. Truly a Kita fan. Wait, what do you mean Dura's banner release? You will tell me about this tomorrow. Or later today. We don't have time to talk about this right now. You will inform me what you are speaking of. Is Dura already here? There's no way we already got the Dura this close. Oh no. I need to pick up the pieces and get some move on. We must prepare for the Dura. But anyways, you have a good one, Sealy. Sealy said, see ya, not see ya, Sealy. And big shout out to Urban Mech Farseer and Sir Sealy, my moderators. And of course, big shout out to Crispy Bacon and Tam King for joining in chat tonight as well. And to everyone who's watching in the background who watched today's episode for Front Mission. Hope to see you in tomorrow's continuation of Front Mission First Remake. Until then, no, Farseer just forgot about Dura. But remember Kita. I don't care about Kita. Kita doesn't matter. But anyways. But anyways, I hope y'all enjoyed watching this stream. And I will see you all tomorrow for the continuation of Front Mission First Remake. And until then, bye, Sealy, bye, everybody, bye, Farseer, bye, Crispy, bye, Tam King, bye. Until next time. Bye, everybody, till later today, bye.